All week long, stay with WWJ for live local news.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8s.
It's everything you need on your radio, online at WWJNewsRadio.com.
And on your smartphone with the free Odyssey app.
Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station.
WWJ News Radio 950. Depends on us.
Need metal? Alro Metals Outlet makes buying metals and plastics fast and simple. Our retail stores are open to the public to walk in and shop. Alro Metals Outlet customers include machine shops, job shops, contractors, welders, hobbyists, artists, and do-it-yourselfers. We offer saw cutting and shearing while you wait. Michigan locations include Ann Arbor, Livonia, Troy, Warren, Jackson, Lansing, and Kalamazoo. Visit us today or learn more at alro.com.
Getting ready for the Rose Bowl. It's the Wolverines and the Alabama Crimson Tide. It's great to be joined by senior running back and captain Blake Corum. You did not get to participate in the playoff last year. Here you are getting ready for a chance in the Rose Bowl for a spot in the national championship game. Take us through that journey and what it means for you to be able to participate in this game.
We going back to last year. It sucked being on the sideline in the championship game, in the not the national championship, the college football playoff game. It sucked, but we're here now, so I don't look what happened in the past. I look in the present. So I'm super excited, for this college football playoff game against Alabama. We're facing a good team, great defense, great coaches, and I'm excited to finally get over this hump.
You went through last year what Zach Zinter's going through right now, getting injured late in the season as a captain, still providing leadership, being around. How has Zach still been a big influence on this team, on this program since the injury?
He's here every day with us, and he probably wouldn't have to, if he didn't want to, he didn't have to. He could just get his treatment. But no, he's in meetings, he's watching film, he's breaking down film, he's telling guys what he sees. And so being a captain, being a leader that Zach is, I expect nothing less. It's been great. Just seeing how he's kind of put his injury to the side. He still attacks his treatment, but, he's still buying into what we're doing, and he's helping us, chase this national championship.
Assess the shuffling that the offensive line had to do and its productivity in the Big Ten championship game and now leading up to this one. I know you have faith in anybody who's along that line, but what have you seen with Carson shifting, Trente locking in at right tackle, et cetera?
Trente played a lot last year. And he's played some this year, so I expect nothing but greatness from him. He's played in big games, so I expect Trente to continue doing what I know he can do. Carson, moving to guard, that's not a problem at all. The thing about the offensive linemen, they know every position. If Trevor wanted to play center, Trevor could play center, and that's what we like here is versatile offensive linemen, and we have every bit of that. So it's been nothing but great. Obviously losing Zach sucks, but everyone stepped right in and playing a role.
To Alabama, what stands out about this Tide defense when you watch them on film?
They fly around. A bunch of athletes flying around. Their defensive ends are really good. Corners are really good. They're well coached, and you can tell they have fun. And they try to have 11 hats on the ball at all times. So it's definitely going to be a challenging game. But we love a good challenge, and we're super excited for January 1st.
Lastly, what will it mean to play in the Rose Bowl? This is the granddaddy of them all. It's also a playoff game. I know it's locked in the task at hand and all of that, but what is it going to mean when you get a chance to play in an event, in a moment on a stage like this?
Yeah, the Rose Bowl, being a Rose Bowl is one thing, but the Rose Bowl being a part of the college football playoff is a whole nother. I've never been to the stadium. I've, heard about how great it is and how much it means. And so, I'm just super excited. I'm definitely going to take it all in. But this is the biggest stage, Michigan versus Alabama in the Rose Bowl. It doesn't get better than that.
Blake, good luck. Appreciate the time.
Thank you.
There's Blake Corum. We'll come back with more of our pregame coverage. Wolverines and Crimson Tide. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Champion Circle's mission is to empower Wolverine student athletes through NIL and ensure Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. Visit championscircleufm.com to learn about exciting upcoming events or to contribute to Michigan student athletes' NIL platforms. That's championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
The hustle and bustle of Christmas is over, and it's time to treat myself for all of my hard work. So of course I went to Kohl's, and boy, I'm glad I did, because it's their biggest clearance event of the season. I saved 70% on a cute pair of jeans, a cozy sweater, and some comfy PJs. Yep, going to Kohl's was just what I needed. Now to get back in the holiday spirit for New Year's. Select styles, up to 70% offer ends January 21st. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
More from the College Football Playoff is a minute away, right here on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Basketball season is here, but you still have some time to secure your seats to watch Michigan men's and women's basketball at Chrysler Center. Single game tickets are
as opposed to that of the Wolverines.
And that's one of the reasons I asked a question specifically to Coach Saban is when I watch these guys on film and I watch them versus Penn State, I'm thinking, you know what, Penn State looks slow to me. Ohio State, they don't look near as fast as what they have in years past. So I specifically asked that question, is that just something that we have always thought of? He goes, no, these guys are just as fast as we are. When you start getting a little lower down in the Big Ten is when the speed really drops off. But Ohio State and Michigan possess every bit of speed that Alabama does, maybe just not across the board like what the Crimson Tide will bring.
That was the question. Is it only in spots or is that position by position?
Probably position by position, but you kind of throw that out the window potentially with the style that Michigan loves to play. They want to make it a physical game in between the tackles. They have to establish the run first so that they can throw the play action off of that. They love to utilize their tight ends in the passing game as well as in the running attack, and they're not going to have success offensively if they're behind the chains and or cannot establish something on the ground.
And Tyler, also something that could play a factor as well. Beautiful turf. It's been reseeded 5 times since UCLA played its last home game, though, on this surface.
down on the field with Jason. You've been here twice as a player. I'm feeling third time's the charm for you on that field, Mr. Avant. What is it like being down there?
Things.
Having some technical difficulties, but Jack, for you, what does it mean to be here?
Yeah, it's really special. I said it earlier in the show today. I'm the only one out of Jason, myself, and John, guys who played here. I've never been to the Rose Bowl before, and I can just tell you, we're not at kickoff yet. And the mystique of this place, the allure, the spirit of this stadium, and the backdrop, and all that goes into it. For Michigan, the Big Ten, obviously the Rose Bowl has been so significant over the years, and so to get a chance for this team that we knew was a special team coming into the year, then you talk about all the controversy that they went through, all the doubters, the naysayers, Coach Harbaugh's suspension, this team really having to come together to get to this point, an opportunity to knock off the undoubtedly best team in college football over the last 2 years. To do it here on New Year's Day, pretty special, and I cannot wait to kick this thing off and get rolling.
So, Jack, tell us your impressions of what you've seen from this Alabama offensive line. Obviously, much has been made about Jalen Milroe. He is outstanding. We talked about it during the tailgate show that, for Alabama to win this game, he almost certainly has to be their best player. Michigan has a lot of different avenues out, if you will, but those offensive linemen charged with protecting him. They got 2 all-SEC guys in left guard, Tyler Booker, right tackle J.C. Latham, and a true freshman left tackle in Caden Proctor.
Very good. Anybody who goes to Alabama is a good football player. They're talented up front. They proved that against Georgia. I think there was a lot of doubt about that as the season, certainly the way the season started. When they lost to Texas, they struggled against Southern Florida, and then they started to get rolling a little bit. And the culmination of that was for them to beat Georgia in the SEC championship. They took it to Georgia. They were more physical. They dominated the line of scrimmage. They played incredibly well in that game. One of the benefits or the better parts of Michigan's defense and team overall is our interior defensive line. That's going to be one heck of a matchup. I think I talked about it against Ohio State. I'll say the same thing now in these big games. The way that Michigan is built, you're going to have to rely on those guys inside. That's super true today with Milroe. You give him time, you let him get creative. Could be a long day. You get to him, you stop the run game, it's wide open for Michigan.
From the Michigan standpoint on the offensive line, it's been fun watching Zach Zinter kind of in the midst of the Ben Herbert-led drills before this game. He's obviously progressing well physically after the injury, but how has this offensive line, one that has been deep, has been talented for a long, long time now with this program, how have they adapted without their first-team All-American guard, Zach Zinter?
Well, Zinter certainly is the guy up front. It's unfortunate he won't be available today. A season, career not ending the way that he wanted to. But we talked about at the beginning part of the year how they had that depth up front that was going to come in handy. We didn't know when and we didn't know how, but we knew that at times we were going to need it. So your All-American right guard's out. You've had the ability earlier in the season to shuffle guys around, some of those blowouts that got guys different opportunities to work with each other. You hope that all that preparation leads to this and has some success. So we'll see in his absence. It certainly is a big absence what will happen, but they've had a month to prepare.
Jason Avant, I think we have him back down on the field. Jason, what's it like down there, my friend?
Well, it's bananas down here. The fans are crazy. One of the best.
Having some issues. We'll try to get those rectified as we continue here on the pregame show. Tell you what, we'll take a break, come back. We'll have some more thoughts. Still have head coach Jim Harbaugh on the way as Doug Karsch will sit down with him. Rob Joyce updates you on some of the other bowl games that have happened and looking ahead to that other semifinal. Michigan and Alabama for the right to face either Washington or Texas in next Monday's national championship game. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
No matter where you're headed, Citgo is a good place to start. Whether you're off to a campground or a campus tailgate, Club Citgo saves you 3 cents off every gallon every day. Plus 5 cents off on Fridays and 9 cents on Tuesdays once per month. And first-time Club Citgo users get an extra 20 cents off every gallon on their first purchase. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. Download the Club Citgo app today. Savings good up to 30 gallons only at participating locations. Data rates may apply.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Back to Pasadena after this word from your local station, here on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Yes, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience better for you energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're here in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
It's the final days of Toyotathon. Celebrate this year-end event in an adventurous new Toyota, featuring trucks built to outlast and outlive, like the powerful new Tundra, with the best resale value in its class. Now through January 2nd, Toyota is offering $1,000 APR cash on any new 2023 or 24 gas-powered Tundra when financed with approved credit through TFS. Plus, you get 2 years no-cost maintenance included. Get details at buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Welcome back to Pasadena. The Wolverines will meet Alabama for a spot in the national championship game. Now, once again, here's Brian Bush.
Kickoff about a half hour away. It has felt at times interminable to get to this point, to this game, when you have two teams like this in this setting with these types of stakes. It is a phenomenal atmosphere. Most fans are already in their seats. Michigan currently kneeling down together in their end zone on the north side here at the Rose Bowl, getting ready for this big-time football matchup. Jack, we talked a lot about Jalen Milroe. This Michigan linebacker group has not necessarily been as busy as you would expect them to be. There is a ton of talent there. paced by a young man in Junior Colson who won the Lot Impact Trophy in the break between the Big Ten championship game and this Rose Bowl. How important will those linebackers be today against Milroe and the Alabama offense?
Yeah, they're going to have to make plays because Alabama's versatility, their ability to run the ball and throw the ball, something that they want to do about 50-50. You're going to put linebackers like that in a situation where they have to be able to do both effectively. And then add on top of that when Milroe is at his best, he's running around and he's making plays with his feet. So they're going to be challenged all day long, no doubt about it, to make sure that they can stop the run, to make sure that they can drop in coverage when they need to, maybe a big interception, something like that over the middle. And then somebody probably throughout the game is going to be spying Milroe. Maybe not every play, but I would think that you're going to see a lot of spy on him too. So Mike Barrett, Junior Colson, all those guys who contribute in the middle there, they're going to have to be on their game, able to run sideline to sideline, play an aggressive style of football.
J.J. McCarthy said in the lead up to this game that he was not 100% down the stretch in the regular season. He has gotten as close as you can at this point, New Year's Day. What does that open up? How does that allow him to be? I mean, let's face it, he kept Michigan in the Fiesta Bowl last year. He also made some mistakes that ultimately may have cost them that game. But when needed, JJ can go into that gunslinger mode.
He can, and he likes the bright lights. He likes the big games. He performs well when the stakes are highest, and he can just be that gunslinger, backyard football kind of guy. Running the ball, the threat of him pulling some of those QB reads is huge. It makes the back half of that defense have to settle down. And all of a sudden, if he even does hand it off to Blake Corum, there's a seam all of a sudden that's not there. Otherwise, late in the year when people knew he was hurt, everyone just crashed down. The run game really couldn't get going. So even with him not running, the threat of him running helps out. And then the passing game, rolling out, extending plays when the pocket breaks down, which it may today. They got two great edge rushers from Alabama. Can you make a guy miss? Can you step up in the pocket, take off and get 5 yards, what otherwise would have been a 3-4 yard sack? Things like that. You add those up over the totality of the game, they make a huge difference. And then just can you be that explosive gunslinger playmaker and go make something happen? And we all go, that's number 9.
We've done this all year. At this point of the broadcast, what are we going to talk about post-game? What is a storyline that you think will put itself at or near the top of all the recaps of this one that we'll be discussing here in about 4 hours?
I think it's JJ. I think he's going to do some special stuff today. I think being healthy, it does make a difference. He was limited, I think, in the back half of the season after that Penn State game, the last few games. I just get the sense that Michigan has some things up their sleeve that they really haven't shown all year long. They've had a month to prepare, so has Nick Saban. But I think Michigan's got some things that they just haven't quite let use yet. Does number 7 get going, right? Does Edwards get going a little bit? And then defensively, you're going to need a Mikey Sanders still, a Junior Colson, maybe even one of the defensive line, a Kenneth Grant. Something weird is going to happen, I think, throughout this game. There's a turnover. I've said this the whole show so far. I think the blueprint's the same as Ohio State. Make Milroe get rid of the ball quick. Try to force him to make a mistake. Capitalize on your opportunities. If we get in a slug-out heavyweight match with these guys, we'll be just fine. Don't let them give up the big play, and don't let them get ahead early. Just grind each other out, and I think Michigan's on top at the end.
The last 2 playoff games for Michigan, that performance, and especially that offense, seems like it is very much a different team and a different offense than what they were all season long. I think this one, Michigan will be much more truer to form. What you've seen all season, we'll see if it's enough against the best team in college football over the last century here in the 2000s. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Much more to do on the pregame show. Rob Joyce checks the out-of-town scoreboard. Doug sits down with head coach Jim Harbaugh, and then kickoff at the Rose Bowl. Wolverines and Crimson Tide in the college football playoff semifinal. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Pet Supplies Plus is a winning team, Ken.
That's right, Trent. They crush the competition with solid fundamentals like everyday low prices, more selection, and a powerhouse lineup of fan favorites like Purina, Halo, and more.
With same-day delivery and auto ship, they're undefeated at home, but equally strong on the road, timing routes perfectly with curbside pickup.
They're balanced, too. Great for dogs and cats, sure, but tremendous special teams play. With food and supplies for fish, reptiles, they're the total package.
You heard it here, folks. Pet Supplies Plus is your MVP.
Most value for pets.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Subscribe to the official podcast home of Michigan Athletics and Go Blue Podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
This year, let Ford make the holidays bright. With a large inventory in stock, you can choose from a great selection of Ford trucks and SUVs, equipped with great technology and offer the comfort you need. And to really celebrate the holiday season, Ford has just announced Holiday Cash on select Ford vehicles. Returning AZ Plan Escape lessees can lease a 2023 Ford Escape Active all-wheel drive for $219 a month for 24 months, with $1,839 due at signing.
Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,000 holiday bonus cash, $750 holiday RCL cash, $3,500 trade assist, and $1,000 vehicle-specific renewal. Offer ends January 2nd, 2024. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply.
Happy holidays from your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Another great regular season in the books. Now it's time for Michigan to take the national stage. It's the postseason, and as we get ready for kickoff, let's check in with Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Hi, Andy.
Hi, Doug. I've been glad to be here all season long, and like all Michigan fans out there, I'm ready to cheer on our team to victory.
Andy, Michigan football connects millions of people across the state and around the world. Speaking of connections, we've talked about how Blue Cross is helping people connect with behavioral health services, and one way you're doing that is through your patient-centered medical home program.
That's right, Doug. When you think behavioral health care, you're thinking mental health care, and we've added behavioral health care services to the practices now of more than 200 primary care doctors who are part of Blue Cross's patient-centered medical home program. Now, those practices can support their patients' mental health with care teams that include a doctor as well as a care manager and a licensed psychiatrist.
As I recall, Andy, Blue Cross has the largest patient-centered medical home, not only in our state, but the country as well.
That's right. For more than 15 years, those practices have delivered high-quality, patient-focused care with better outcomes and lower overall costs.
Andy, what are some things we might notice when our doctor participates in Blue Cross's medical home program?
Doug, the practices are well organized around preventive care, which includes providing regular updates on vaccines like annual flu shots. Many provide same-day appointments or virtual appointments online so patients can avoid unnecessary trips to the ER. They've also extended their office hours and are available to answer questions by email or video chat.
These practices are making improvement behind the scenes too, right?
That's right. Working with Blue Cross, they're upgrading their medical record system so they get a real-time view of appointments that their patients need to be reminded of. They're also improving their check-in process for patients to ensure that kids, for example, don't miss their annual well child visits.
That's great to hear. Michigan fans can find out more by going to valuepartnerships.com/programs. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you, Doug. Go Blue.
We're counting you down to Michigan and Alabama at 5:10 Eastern kickoff from the Rose Bowl. Rob Joyce with you in the network studios with a look around the rest of college football on New Year's Day. A couple of other Big Ten teams just wrapping up their seasons earlier this afternoon. Wisconsin led for much of the ReliaQuest Bowl down in Tampa against LSU until the late stages.
Now they'll have three wide to the right. Snap back. Nussmeier. Quick fire. Thomas at the goal line makes the catch. He's in. Touchdown. Fighting Tigers. Caught it right at the white stripe. Made the grab. Snapped the ball over the line. And the Tigers have their first lead of the day. 34-31 with a point after upcoming.
Chris Blair on the LSU Sports Radio Network. That came with about 3 minutes to go. LSU then sacked Tanner Mordecai on 3 straight downs to end the game across midfield. And LSU defeats Wisconsin 35-31. Heisman winner Jaden Daniels didn't play for LSU. Backup quarterback Garrett Nussmeier, 395 yards and 3 scores in his absence. Badgers' first year under Luke Fickell ends at 7-6. While Iowa's season ended with a whimper, Hawkeyes got shut out by Tennessee in the Citrus Bowl down in Orlando, 35-0. So Iowa finishes 10-4, faced 3 ranked opponents this year: Penn State, Michigan, and today against Tennessee, and the Hawkeyes did not score in any of those 3 games. After all this, brings the Big Ten's bowl season record to an even 4-4. There was one other New Year's Six game as well today, the Fiesta Bowl in the desert. Liberty scored on the game's opening possession against Oregon. After that, all Ducks.
Bowl on second down, a little more than a yard.
Gonna little flea flicker, go to screen route to Tez, got blockers inside, 10, 5. Why not get a touchdown? With all those guys in front of me, nobody gonna tackle me. Tez Johnson with a flea flicker screen pass.
Jerry Allen from Learfield, Oregon blasts Liberty 45-6, 5 touchdowns as Bo Nix ends his collegiate career. Then, of course, we're the first of 2 semifinal matchups tonight. The other 8:45 in New Orleans for the Sugar Bowl. Second-seeded Washington, number 3 Texas. Actually, a rematch of last year's Alamo Bowl, a 27-20 Huskies victory. Again, Michigan and Alabama. In a few minutes, we'll get Jim Harbaugh's pregame thoughts. He chats with Doug after this as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
SeatGeek's the ticketing app for fans like the sideline shot caller.
Come on, boys, pick up the pace.
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so when he yells,
"What are you doing? Block him!"
you can be absolutely sure the players heard him. SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, Go Blue Podcast with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search Go Blue Podcast with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's Go Blue Podcast with John Jansen.
Fresh powder and still forests. The paradise of winter in northern Michigan is more than snowshoeing a new trail or ice skating under the stars. More than rolling vineyards draped in white, cross-country skiing, or the inviting warmth of the spa. More than a day of shopping or a night of chance at the casino. It's having all those at your fingertips. You won't believe it if you haven't seen it. Get up and go at GrandTraverseResort.com.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with their impressive family of SUVs, like the attention-getting Chevy Blazer. Blazer is the midsize SUV you've been looking for. Its bold design and athletic stance will turn heads wherever you go, and its roomy interior offers seating for up to 5 passengers with plenty of space for cargo. Chevy Blazer. It's the SUV that has it all. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
With kickoff approaching, let's hear from the head coach of the Wolverines, Jim Harbaugh. Now, here's the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
It's the Rose Bowl, Michigan and Alabama, and we're counting you down to kickoff. Doug Karsh back in California, and we're joined by the head coach of the Wolverines, Jim Harbaugh. And Coach, first of all, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy holidays to everybody. And, let's get this new year started off with a big Michigan victory is what's on our mind.
Well, Blake Corum said this week that things were different preparing for the college football playoff this time around, but he couldn't put his finger on what it was. Have you sensed that things are different?
Just things you've learned, from being there. There's experience. Many of us have coached in the last 2 semifinal games, and many of the players have been in that situation. So I think a huge one is going to come. Turnovers. First time we're in the semifinal game, and we turned it over 3 times and didn't get any turnovers ourselves. And last year, in a very close game, we turned it over 3 times, and we got 3 turnovers. But we want to be on the positive side of that turnover margin. When we win the turnover margin, we're undefeated. It's 55, 60 times, and we win the turnover margin. It's all wins and no losses. So that's as everybody knows, it's a big predictor of things. But just really, locking up the football, violent to the tuck, high and tight. Wrist above elbow, and clutching that to the chest, and know that contact is imminent, and taking care of that football. That's the fundamentals, and there's other ways. We're going to have to really protect the quarterback, protect the punter, protect the returners, but everybody on the team conscious of that football and trying to jump on their mistakes and making sure that we're doing everything we can to to not turn the ball over, is playing to win. And I think that's a huge thing. If you look at the last 2 times we've been here, that we've got to get that down and win that turnover battle inside of the football game battle.
Your quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, in preparing for this one, you said earlier in the year to us that he loves the challenge week in, week out of trying to dissect the defense. What are the specific challenges this Bama defense presents?
It really comes down to tremendous coverage and pass rush. They use both of those things, effectively. Really good coverage to give the pass rushers longer to get to the quarterback, and they got really good pass rushers that speed up the clock of the quarterback. Studying their personnel has been big. Understanding what's back there in the secondary. I mean, 2 probably potential first-round picks, All-American safety, excellent rushers on the edge, and linebackers that can really run. So they take away, do a great job of taking away the run inside the tackles, and then outside the tackles and on the perimeter. I mean, they got speed that's tracking it down too. So we got to play good. It comes down to that. I mean, we have to play good, and teams that have played good against Alabama's defense have moved the ball and been effective. So like any game, Doug, we have to play good. We play good. We got a really outstanding chance of winning, and we don't play good, then likelihood is that you don't win the game. But our guys are really locked in, and we're locked in, lock, cock, ready to rock.
Michigan coach Jim Harbaugh will have more with the coach when we continue. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Michigan Athletics and Founders Brewing Company are teaming up for an exciting social media series this season. In the Vault, we'll recount classic Michigan moments from teams across the athletics campus using archived footage, broadcasts, and images. Stay tuned to the Wolverines' social media platforms this season to catch episodes of In the Vault, presented by Founders Brewing Company. Founders, born and brewed in Michigan.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Imagine this, a day filled with indulgence, bursting with excitement, and packed with extraordinary moments that build memories to last a lifetime. Win big, relax oh so comfortably, then have an unforgettable dining experience at the world-famous Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. It's your getaway reimagined at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
For over a century, Michigan Medicine has been on a mission to bring Michigan answers to patients and families across Michigan and beyond. It's why University of Michigan Health is honored to have been named Michigan's #1 hospital once again by U.S. News & World Report, and to have been named year after year to the prestigious honor roll of the nation's top hospitals. If you need a Michigan answer in your life, think Michigan Medicine and visit michigananswers.com.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan Football from Learfield. Let's continue our pregame conversation with head coach Jim Harbaugh. Once again, here's Doug Karsh.
Want to talk about your defense, coach, against this Alabama offense, but first, the stadium, the Rose Bowl. Does it evoke any emotions in you?
Oh, it does a ton. And new venue, a lot of our guys haven't been in, and you sure do take 5, 10, 15 minutes in the pregame warm-up, to walk out there and get acclimated. And And then, then you find your rhythm as fast as you can, and really get into that. Some guys do it different. I mean, JJ meditates. Other guys go nuts, and me and some other guys. I mean, it's like get the rhythm, get the rhythm, get the freaking rhythm. Let's like kind of the Macarena. Like bum, 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 bum. And the team that can do that, the best, but do it in the stage of enjoying the scenery, understand where your feet are, and then however you get to it, get into that rhythm. Because I really don't worry when the toe meets leather and the guys are playing. That's when they, it's just there's. I don't worry about our guys at that point. They're rolling. They're trusting their instincts. They're trusting their training, and they're so well prepared. The way the coaches prepare our players, but then the extra that the players do. I mean, how many times have I, after meetings, seen position groups together and watching tape and walking through extra time. So it's so important to them. It's just once the game starts, then I just can't wait to watch our guys compete. That's the overwhelming feeling that I have is can't wait to watch our guys have at it.
All right, let's talk about your defense. How do you feel how they match up against this Bama offense? Really good. I mean, it's been great preparation. I just notice it all the time when our offense is going against our defense. It's tremendous coverage on the back end, and really puts pressure on the quarterback. Built a lot the same ways. I mean, we're really good up the middle, and we have the speed on the edges that can take away the perimeter. It's Alabama offensively. Yeah, you got to defend two plays really. The play that's called in the huddle, and then the play that happens if that play gets extended. And Jalen Milroe has been really outstanding after that play breaks down and what he can create. But his improvement has really come from the first part of the play and throwing on timing and getting the ball to the playmakers, and they're doing a really good job of that. Same real issue. You gotta play good. I mean, their offense has to deal with our defense. Our offense has to deal with their defense, and let's have at it. I think it's I can't wait to watch our defense compete, and same with our special teams. It's got a feeling it's going to be one heck of a game. Coach, you said earlier in the week that they nailed it with the Disneyland motto, the happiest place on earth. But for you, the happiest place on earth is a winning locker room. We hope to hear from you from a winning locker room after this one. I did say that's the happiest place on earth for me is to be in that winning locker room. And there's nothing would make us happier than being in a winning locker room at the Rose Bowl. Coach, good luck. Thank you. There he is, Jim Harbaugh. Kickoff is next. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Let's talk numbers. The money you pay to keep your home warm in cooler weather, and the money you can save with a new heat pump from your local Ruud dealer. Give them a call and ask about the benefits of an energy-efficient, climate and budget-friendly heat pump system. Your family will stay comfortable, and the numbers will look good when your utility bill arrives. Stay warm for less. Visit Ruud.com. That's RUUD.com to find a dealer near you. Ruud. Rely on Ruud.
In a world full of empty promises, like, we can do that, oh yeah, no problem, you'll have it quick. Isn't it nice to know that one company delivers beyond expectations? The Three-Dimensional Services Group. When it comes to low to medium volume production parts and full assemblies, utilizing the latest manufacturing technologies and automation integration, count on the Three-Dimensional Services Group, where our team is your team. Learn more at the number 3dimensional.com or call 800-959-0804.
4! I wish I was a better golfer.
4 is an odd word to yell.
Whoa, where'd you come from?
It's me, Flo, and I'm here to grant your wish of Progressive taking $50 off your deductibles. Just choose the Deductible Savings Bank feature and finish a policy period without filing a claim or having a driving violation.
Great, but what about my golf swing?
Oh, I just do insurance. Sorry.
Sign up for Progressive and opt into more savings. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
There's no bigger stage. We're two iconic football programs.
Michigan versus Alabama in the Rose Bowl doesn't get better than that.
One of those moments where you don't want to miss a single beat. You don't want to miss a single second of it.
The best against the best. So how else would you rather have it?
Instant classic football match. And I'm just super excited and blessed to be a part of this.
It's on us to make it a great opportunity, to go take advantage of it.
We're excited about being in Pasadena. We're excited about the Rose Bowl. But for us, the number one priority is to win the game and do whatever we need to do that.
You want to be able to make sure that you're firing on all cylinders.
Just don't take it for granted. Don't take any play for granted.
Give it all you got.
It's going to take our all.
Definitely going to be a challenging game, but we love a good challenge, and we're super excited for January 1st.
Michigan football is brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. And by Coke Zero Sugar. Best Coke ever? Once again, here's Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
The Michigan Marching Band has just wrapped up the national anthem. We got a stealth bomber flyover here in Pasadena, and the captains are on the field, ready to make way to the center of the hollowed Rose Bowl field for the coin flip. Michigan and Alabama in the national semifinals. And John, it's number 1 Michigan and number 4 Alabama. These programs are 1 and 2 all time in college football in wins. Michigan with 1,002 wins, Alabama with 965. Everything about today reeks tradition.
It does. There's nothing better than having these two programs, and that's why the build-up to this game has been so big and so grand, is you've got two of the greatest programs in college football on the greatest scene in college football, and that's here in the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, right at the base of the San Gabriel Mountains, and I could still hear Keith Jackson talking about him.
Well, his legacy is all over this press box. It is the Keith Jackson press box. His picture's all outside of our booth here in Pasadena, and we are just looking off at the San Gabriels beyond the northeast corner of this stadium. The stadium that is filled with we have estimated about 2/3 Michigan fans. This will feel like the Big House West as Michigan fans have come in big-time numbers here. And we think outnumber Bama fans quite significantly here in Pasadena on this January 1st. Jim Harbaugh, the coach of the Wolverines, in his 9th year, has led this team to a 13-0 record, the second consecutive year that the Wolverines are 13-0. That's happened 3 times before in college football. Clemson did it in 2018 and 2019. Florida State did it in 2013 and 2014. And Yale did it in 88 and 89. That's 1888 and 1889.
It's gone back a little bit of ways.
Coach Harbaugh, 84 and 25 all time. He played here in the 1987 game against Arizona State. He coached Stanford here against UCLA. He's been a fan in the stands twice for this game, and now he will coach the Michigan Wolverines, who are gathering in the tunnel to our right, about set to take the field. The Wolverines will be in the traditional home navy jersey tops, of course, the maize pants and the traditional winged helmets. Alabama, all whites with their crimson helmets with the numbers on the side. And Michigan is on the near sideline. Down below us, Alabama on the far side. And right now, shadows cast over about a third of this stadium. On the far side, Alabama will be in the sun. Let's go down on the field for the third man in our broadcast today. It's number 8, Jason Abbott. Jason?
Talk about this atmosphere. It's the best atmosphere that we've had this entire football season. The Alabama fans have been showing up in numbers, but we have the most numbers. And you can hear the roar of the crowd as I'm speaking. You guys have to be here just to experience this. Everyone's excited. The mountains are there. This is the perfect day for football, and what a game this will be.
Jason, you played in one of these. You were hurt for another. What's it like to be back on that field?
You know what? It's surreal because when you're playing, you're so laser focused that you don't appreciate it. Me driving up to the stadium and walking through and understanding the history and what this means to this University of Michigan is truly special, and I appreciate it more now than even when I played.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. Driving in this morning, I don't remember the approach to the stadium in 97. I remember standing on the field. I remember running out of the tunnel. And I do remember seeing the mountains. But I don't remember the approach to the stadium and everything around it and how the fans show up so early to the stadium here for the Rose Bowl to get parking spots, the golf course, everything around it. I'm taking it so much more now because I don't have to play in the game.
Exactly. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Well, the team is focused and has talked about that all week, making sure that they are peaking at the right time. Let's go down below for the coin toss brought to you by Rude.
Congratulations on a successful season.
Speaking for Alabama will be Jalen Milroe, and for Michigan, Blake Corum.
College Football Playoff Semifinal at the 110th Rose Bowl game presented by Prudential. My name is Michael Vandervelde. I'll be your referee today alongside my umpire, Mr. Robert Richardson. But more importantly, it's my honor to introduce to you today the Tournament of Roses president, Mr. Alex Agajanian.
Good luck, gentlemen.
And next, we have the Tournament of Roses Grand Marshal, Miss Audra McDonald. Thank you for being here, and thank you for presenting today's coin. Appreciate it. Gentlemen, today's coin features the logos of both teams. On this side, we have the Michigan Wolverines. And on the other side, we have the Alabama Crimson Tide. The winner of the toss will be determined by whichever team's logo is face up after landing on the ground. Alabama, you've won the toss. Defer, you'd like the ball. Which way would you like to kick?
Away from my tunnel.
So go ahead and get you back to that spot. You're going to kick that way? Great. Alabama, they've won the toss, deferred their choice to the second half. Michigan will receive in the north end zone. Gentlemen, let's have a great ball game.
There you go. So the Wolverines will get the football first here in Pasadena. The 21st Rose Bowl all-time for Michigan. Wolverines are 8-12 in this game. That's the most trips of any team in the Big Ten. And John will get to see a Michigan scoring offense that averaged 37.6 points a game, 14th in the country.
Yeah, it'll be important for him to come out and set the tone early and, control the line of scrimmage and allow this offense for JJ to find a little bit of a rhythm, whether it's a rhythm in the run game, rhythm in the pass game, but make sure that you get Carson Barnhart, Trente Jones, reconfigured right side. Both of those guys have a lot of experience in games, but it's going to be a little bit of a reconfigured offensive line, and I'm so excited to see JJ and this offense take the field, to see what they've been working on, how they've improved, and to attack this Alabama defense.
Today's coin toss was brought to you by Rude. You can rely on Rude. Deep for Michigan will be Samaj Morgan to the end zone in our left. That is where the end zone is painted with the maize and blue and the word Michigan. And, of course, to our right then, Alabama with the crimson end zone, and in white it says Alabama. Kicking off for the Crimson Tide will be Will Reichert. They're outstanding. Actually, he's the all-time leading scorer in NCAA football history, as he has had 5 years kicking for Bama. He will kick off to Samaj Morgan, and Joe Taylor also back there deep. So it's Michigan and Alabama from here in Pasadena, the national semifinals. Here we go. Lock the gates, burn the boats, crank it to 11. Whatever it is you do, today is the day you need to do it your best. As Reichert has the ball on the tee, he approaches, and we are underway in the Rose Bowl game as the kick will come down to Morgan, and he will let it sail over his head and into the end zone, and Michigan will take over on the 25-yard line. We'll see that Michigan offense led by J.J. McCarthy, who is 25-1 in 26 starts. That is a better record than Trevor Lawrence at Clemson or Tua Tagovailoa at Alabama. And we expect to see J.J. involved in the run game a little bit more today.
Yeah, and this is where, you mentioned all of the guys that have had great college careers, prolific college careers. Now is the time for J.J. to compare to them in the biggest of stages.
J.J. in a shotgun with Blake Corum starting to his left. Wolverines with 2 tight ends, 3 wideouts. As J.J. claps his hands, takes the first snap, and will roll to his right. Looking downfield, and nobody's open, and it looks like he's going to throw. It's intercepted. Is he out of bounds? If not, it's Caleb Downs with an interception. They are saying, indeed, an interception. JJ, I don't know if he was trying to throw it away, but Caleb Downs came down with it right on the sideline in front of the Michigan bench at the 31-yard line. And the problems that haunted Michigan last year in the national semifinal rear their ugly head right away here in Pasadena with an interception on the first play of the game, credited Caleb Downs, and we'll have to look for a replay to see if he indeed came down with it inbounds, and it looked like he did, John.
Yeah, I think so as well. Roman Wilson was on the short end, and Cornelius Johnson deep, and I just don't know that it was the defender that was on Roman Wilson that peeled back to make the interception. Don't think JJ saw him or thought he could thread the needle. I'm not sure what he was thinking, but he was running to that side, and he just threw it right at him, to Caleb Downs.
This play will be reviewed.
He was in.
Yeah, the replay I saw looked like he was in bounds. I mean, I guess the only thing worse is if Downs took it back for a touchdown.
Yeah, that would be worse. But this is about as bad as you could start, and they had it protected well. Alabama brought a corner blitz. Malachi Moore came off the edge. They had it picked up. They ran right into it. And all JJ had to do was throw the ball away. And he decided to try and take a risk and throw it deeper to Cornelius Johnson, who was coming back, but he just didn't see Downs. I guess, maybe if they're looking to see if he stepped out of bounds before.
Here's the ruling.
After review, the defender was out of bounds when he possessed the ball. It's an incomplete pass.
Wow, that was a gift from the football gods. His foot is out of bounds before he jumps. Wow. He comes down inbounds, but he took off from out of bounds.
Wow. So when he landed in.
Yeah.
But
his heel was on the white, the out of bounds line.
When he jumped.
So yeah, it's can't be the one that touches it next. So
what a miracle for us right there. That play happening right in front of me. I'm like, throw it to Roman right now, but no.
Roman was open early, wasn't
Yes, he was open early.
Jason, next time that happens, go out there and make a hit, will you?
Wow, so Michigan from the 25-yard line looking at a 2nd and 10 with the ball on the left hash. JJ in a shotgun with Blake Corum off his left hip. JJ back to pass, fires quickly. He's got his man Samaj Morgan, tries to get a block, doesn't, gets knocked out of bounds after a gain of 1, maybe 2 on a little wide receiver screen to the freshman. Kool-Aid McKinstry, the All-American corner, credit him with the tackle. And Michigan going to be looking at a 3rd down and 8.
Well, I like the quick pass out there. Get the ball in the hands of a playmaker. Get it out of JJ's hands real quick. Get a completion, especially after what happened, and right behind Colston Loveland, and pick up a few yards.
Donovan Edwards in the game for the first time. He's in the backfield with JJ. 4 wide for Michigan. 3rd down and 8 from their own 27-yard line. Wolverines doing some shifting pre-snap. JJ now brings a man in motion. It's Colston Loveland. Back to pass is JJ. Looking downfield, fires underneath, and it's batted away. In coverage there for Alabama was Terrion Arnold. He also is an All-American. The corner on the other side opposite of McKinstry. And Michigan will go 3 and out on their first possession. A little shaky there, to say the least.
Well, a little shaky. Able to come away with a punt instead of that interception. That's a win here in the first one. But what I liked about it was the fact that, hey, it's 3rd and 8. You know that Alabama's going to pin their ears back and try and get after JJ, and the protection was there. Trente Jones did a good job. Ladarius Henderson did a good job. So that bodes well for Sharon Moore calling plays here in the next time they possess the ball.
Tommy Doman puts his right foot into it and gets off a booming punt that Caleb Downs will signal for a fair catch, bobble it, but make it at his own 37-yard line. And that's where Bama will take over for their first possession of the game, led by their man Jalen Milroe. Reminds me a little bit, invokes memories of Terrell Pryor. The way he runs with the football, you don't think he's going fast, and then you look up and he's running away from everybody.
He's a tremendous athlete. He's a young athlete. He's made some mistakes early this year. Probably the most improved player in college football, at least most notably improved player in college football after that loss to Texas, getting benched and now taking his team to the college football playoffs.
We'll set the Michigan defense in a moment, but we'll be watching that matchup in the middle of the defensive line. Chris Jenkins, Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant going against the interior of the Bama offensive line. Milroe takes the snap back to pass. Here comes the rush, and down he goes. Sacked. Braden McGregor drops Jalen Milroe for a huge loss on the first play of the game for the Crimson Tide. 14-yard loss. Braden McGregor, big pretty out of Port Huron on the sack, his 3rd of the season.
Yeah, and it was just a straight rush. It wasn't anything. It was a little pop to the tackle. Got him on his heels, and then he just came inside him. if that's the resistance that this defensive line is going to get, it's going to be a long day for Jalen Milroe.
2nd down and 24. Empty backfield. Milroe back to pass. Looking. Fires underneath. He's got his tight end, Dupree. And he gets back a lot of the sack yardage out to about the 35-yard line for a gain. Makari Page chased him out of bounds. It'll be 3rd and long for Bama.
This is exactly where you want to put this Alabama offense. 3rd and long situations. And that's kind of commonplace against an opponent. But what we just saw on 1st down with Braden McGregor getting the sack, this is not a great pass-protecting offensive line for Alabama.
They've given up 44 sacks now on the year, the 123rd in the country coming into this game. Milroe looks to change the play. He's got Roydell Williams in the backfield with him. Play clock at just 5. Scoreless here early on in Pasadena. Milroe gets the snap off. Back to pass on 3rd and 12. Here comes the pass rush again. He bounces out of there. Down he goes again. Sacked. Josiah Stewart in the backfield. And Michigan, 2 sacks on the first 3 snaps for the Crimson Tide, and Alabama will be forced to punt a 12-yard loss.
I mean, that's about as good as it gets. You start with the ball on the 37-yard line, and sack on 1st down, sack on 3rd down, and now you're looking at punting. You know, it was a net of minus 11 yards.
Samaj Morgan deep for Michigan to take the punt from Will Burnup, who just gets it off. Morgan's got to chase up and catch it on the run. Now he drops it. It's on the ground, and it looks like Bama may have it. Samaj Morgan trying very hard to not let that punt land and roll. Bama's saying they've got it. There's a pile up. We have to wait for them to unpile. And did the Wolverines escape another near tragedy and come up with that football?
By the receiving team, recovered by the kicking team. 1st down, Alabama.
Oh, John, that is not the way to start the game. I know what Samaj was trying to do. It was a short punt, and he's trying to keep it from landing and rolling.
Well, he's trying to keep it from landing and rolling, but he's also a guy that had an 87-yard return in the Big Ten championship game and is just looking to make a play. But, hey, put the defense back out there. Let's see if we get him to lose another 12.
The weird thing was, had he caught it, there was nobody in front of him.
Yeah,
I mean, he had all kinds of green grass in front of him. Bama will take over on the 44-yard line of the Wolverines. Milroe in a shotgun. Takes the snap, turns and hands it off this time up the middle. And good yardage for Jace McClellan back from a foot injury for the Crimson Tide. Inside the 40 down to the 38-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 4 for the Crimson Tide.
Yeah, most of the yardage by McClellan this year has been in between the tackles. He's not a guy that shows you great threat on the edge, but is a power back who's going to put his head down. And they showed you, hey, if we can't pass protect, we're going to at least try and run the ball.
2nd down and 4. Milroe in a shotgun. McClellan continues in the backfield. 3 receivers split to the right with the ball on the right hash. And Milroe's going to keep it quarterback run and bounce it outside. He gets the edge and may have the 1st down. Chased out of bounds on that far sideline right in front of the marker by Makari Page. And indeed it is a 1st down, and we got a Wolverine down here. Back near the 35-yard line. Try and see who it is. There wasn't much there. That play was designed to go left, and Milroe, as he's been known to do, improvising, came back to the right.
Yeah, I mean, he's such an unbelievable athlete. When you get him out running around, you really got to be precise in your target and how you're going to tackle him.
The man that's down appears to be Junior Colson, Michigan's middle linebacker. And as they attend to him, we'll take a break. Scoreless here in Pasadena, 10:56 to go first quarter. Michigan with a near interception and then a fumbled punt. And Bama has the first down of the game at the Michigan 34-yard line. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
What am I going to watch? What food am I going to order? Who am I going to unfollow? The internet is full of tough choices, but picking an internet provider isn't one of them. You gotta have good internet. This holiday season, get super fast, extra reliable Internet 100 from WOW for just $19.99 a month. Choose your perfect plan today at Huawei.com or sign up for our fastest speed to get $300 on us. Limited to new customers with auto pay and paperless billing. Subject to change. Terms and data limits apply. Taxes and fees extra.
SeatGeek's the ticketing app for fans like the sideline shot caller.
Come on, boys, pick up the pace.
SeatGeek got him a great deal on seats right near the action, so when he yells, "What are you doing? Block him!" you can be absolutely sure the players heard him. SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
If Big Ten football runs deep in your veins, then Sirius XM Big Ten Radio is what you need to listen to. We're talking conference and team previews, plus hear live games, news, and analysis from experts like Anthony Harris, Jake Butt, Mac McLeod, and Ben Hartsock. Go in-depth with your favorite team with coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside Big Ten football like nowhere else. Seize your fandom on the Sirius XM app. Stay up to date anywhere you go. Just download the app and start streaming.
Okay, correction on the Michigan injury. It's Rayshon Benny, 26, not 25. He is taken off the field. Junior Colson is out there for this next Bama snap, who's got the first down of the game at the Michigan 34-yard line. 1st and 10 following the punt fumble by Samaj Morgan that would have set up the Wolverines with great field position. But nonetheless, Bama trying to capitalize on the first big mistake of the game as they're looking at 1st and 10 from the Michigan 33-yard line. How would you like to be able to listen to us while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com to find out how. That's syncmygame.com.
Doug, in your interview with Jim Harbaugh, he talked about, 3 years ago it was 3-0 in turnovers for Georgia. Last year, 3-3. And it was so important to be able to possess the football. And you can't have mental mistakes like that. And that's all that really was. I know that Samaj Morgan was very eager and very excited. He saw green grass ahead of him. But anytime you're running like that, Jason, it's hard to catch punts, but it's also hard to catch punts when you're running at full speed, isn't it?
100%. You have to evaluate the risk when you're a punt returner. They moved it to 3rd and 1, by the way.
Okay. Ball got moved back. Jace McClellan in the backfield. And Bama is looking at a 3rd and 1. Milroe under center. Michigan expecting a quarterback sneak, and that's indeed what he does. The Wolverines stand him up. The question is, did he get the first down? Jim Harbaugh, the Michigan defense, signaling they did not. Mike Barrett saying they did not. Chris Jenkins saying they did not. Junior Colson led the Michigan tacklers. And it all comes down to which foot the official decides to spot the ball with. But
it's amazing. All of those maize and blue officials said he was short.
Well, it looks like he did get the first down. So move the chains for the Crimson Tide.
An opportunity for this defense to stand up, and they were put in a very bad position. Started off with great potential and great rhythm on defense. Got to find a way to recapture it. It's only 3 downs there. It's not a big deal. And now is the time that they've got to stand up and try and get a stop.
Shotgun from Milroe. Jace McClellan, the senior running back out of Aledo, Texas, in the backfield. Off the left hip of Milroe. Claps his hands, takes the snap, ball's on the ground, picks it up and hands it to McClellan, makes a man miss. He's in the clear, 20, 15, 10, 5, and touchdown Alabama. Fumbled snap, Milroe picked it up and handed it off to McClellan. And Alabama leads at 6-0.
And sometimes that's all it takes is, hey, that ball is on the ground. Obviously not how it's drawn up for Alabama, but you take your eyes off of your blockers, your keys for just a moment. They recover, hand the ball off, and then you're out of position.
Well, John, we talked about pregame and talked about yesterday and all leading up to this game. Something's going to go wrong, and when it does, how you respond determines how good your team can or is going to be. And Michigan has responded to a lot of stuff that went wrong this year. And early here in the Rose Bowl, as Reichert pops the extra point through, some stuff has gone wrong. And it's how do the Wolverines respond?
Yeah, they got a gift early on with the interception that was called back. And then, obviously, Samaj Morgan gives them the ball. They go down and score. And you're spotting a team like Alabama in the college football playoffs, 7 points. That's how you've got to perceive it. Now, it's up to the offense to go out there and respond.
A touchdown gives Alabama a 7-0 lead. on Chase McClellan's 7th touchdown run of the season. Michigan will get the football back with 9:41 to go. First quarter, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
Pet Supplies Plus is a winning team, Cat. That's right, Trent. They crush the competition with solid fundamentals like everyday low prices, more selection, and a powerhouse lineup of fan favorites like Purina, Halo, and more.
With same-day delivery and auto ship, they're undefeated at home, but equally strong on the road, timing routes perfectly with curbside pickup.
They're balanced, too. Great for dogs and cats, sure, but tremendous special teams play. With food and supplies for fish, reptiles, they're the total package.
You heard it here, folks. Pet Supplies Plus is your MVP.
Most value for pets.
And we pause for a word over this, the very maize and blue Michigan Football Network.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
This year, let Ford make the holidays bright. With a large inventory in stock, you can choose from a great selection of Ford trucks and SUVs, equipped with great technology and offer the comfort you need. And to really celebrate the holiday season, Ford has just announced holiday cash on select Ford vehicles. Returning AZ Plant lessees can lease a 2024 Ford Edge SEL all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months, with $1,999 due at signing.
Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,000 holiday bonus cash, $3,000 trade assist, $2,000 renewal, and $170 AXCD bonus cash. Offer ends January 2nd, 2024. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply.
Happy holidays from your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Alabama leads at 7-0. 9:41 to go first quarter. Then Michigan will get the football back. Their first series, they went 3 and out, all pass plays. And that happened in the first possession of the second half game against Minnesota back in October. And that's the last time that Michigan threw 3 times and punted.
I'm excited to see what JJ does on this drive. On that first play when they had the ball, JJ had Roman in a flat. And on the last play, they played cover 2-man, and he threw an arrow route, which is strictly kind of forbidden in 22-man. So I'm looking to see if JJ is going to respond in this next drive.
Yeah, it's got to settle down, got to see the field a little bit better, and not try and force things here early. I know he wants to make plays. I know he wants to have a different outcome, but you've got to let the game come to you, let it develop, and take what's there.
Will Riker will kick off. Samaj Morgan is deep. And this one will sail over Samaj's head and 4 yards deep into the end zone. Michigan will again get it at the 25-yard line. The other thing is, Jason, we saw during the warm-ups, the Wolverines struggle trying to field punts, looking towards the south end zone into the sun. Could that have possibly played a role with Samaj on that fumble punt?
Yeah, 100% in this direction. The sun definitely comes into play, and that's why I believe that Alabama chose to kick in this direction to start, hopefully get one of those situations, and they did.
All right, the Wolverines put the ball a little left of center here and go 5 wide. Blake Corum shifts out of the backfield to split out wide left. 2 receivers to the left. Now they'll motion them back in. A.J. Barner and Blake Corum. 3 receivers split to the right now. 1st and 10 Michigan from the 25. They trail 7-0. JJ in a shotgun, claps his hands off to Corum. Corum will bounce it outside, 25, cut back up the field, put his head down and drive across the 30. 6 yards for Blake Corum on first down. On a good run, bouncing it outside and getting the most he can out of it.
I like using the formation to determine what Alabama's in, and then obviously when you're running the ball, you got to be able to dominate the line of scrimmage, getting good push from that right side of the offensive line, the revamped side, but getting good work out of your tight ends as well.
1 receiver split left. It's Cornelius Johnson. He's one-on-one out there with Kool-Aid McKinstry. Everybody else jammed in tight on 2nd and 4. JJ, toss sweep to Blake Corum running left. Big hole, 35, 40. Blake Corum cuts it back inside and runs through a Bama defender and gets dropped at the Bama 48-yard line. Jalen Key, the man credited with the tackle. Blake Corum with a big gain there. 22 yards, and Michigan moves the chains.
A nice job by Cornelius blocking on the edge, and then they bring, obviously, Max Bredesen around. Kind of a little cross block there with Bredesen going out, going behind Cornelius. blocking the corner, and Cornelius coming down. It's a nice job of setting the edge, but also a nice job of keeping your hands clean, not getting called for any stupid holds on a nice big play.
Pistol formation with Blake Corum behind J.J. McCarthy. Blake will take the handoff. No play action rolling out as J.J.'s pass is batted down. Right in his face there was a Bama pass rusher as he looked to get the ball underneath to A.J. Barner. Incomplete. It was Deontay Lawson, the linebacker. And they're tall. Their linebackers are tall, 6'2" and 6'3". And credit Lawson with the PBU.
Yep, tall and athletic. Did a nice job of tracking J.J. and then at the last second getting up to get in the passing lane. But I like the fact that they're getting J.J. outside the pocket. Hopefully a clean view of everything that's going on, but hasn't paid off so far.
Donovan Edwards in the backfield for Michigan here on 2nd and 10. And J.J. with a quick pass outside to Colston Loveland's got to make a man miss and dives over him down to the 45-yard line. Again, got what he could out of it. Deontay Lawson, the man out there on the tackle, give him 2, maybe 3 yards on 2nd down.
Yeah, I like being able to get the ball out to some of your playmakers in space, and hopefully some of these short passes, some of these quick passes will loosen some things up, and you'll be able to take some shots downfield.
Empty backfield for J.J. here on 3rd down and 8 from the Alabama 46-yard line. 7:49 to go first quarter. Bama leads 7-0. Kalel Mullings in the game. They're going to go quarterback run with J.J. running right. 45-40, dives forward close to the first down. It depends on the spot, and I think he's coming up just short.
He's coming up just short, but I believe Jim Harbaugh is going to go for it on 4th down here. But a nice job by Kalel Mullins of coming in on that crack and making sure he stays high, but obviously knocking out the edge of that team, Chris Braswell.
That sideline just made us short 2 times in a row.
All right, Wolverines looking at a 4th and 1 from the Bama 44-yard line. Everybody jammed in tight for J.J. McCarthy in a shotgun. Blake Corum's in the backfield. They bring Roman Wilson in motion. Hand off the corner, up the middle, 1st down. In fact, good yardage down to the 35-yard line. 4 yards on that 4th and 1. Give the guys up front, Henderson, Keegan, Nugent, Barnhart, and Trente Jones the credit as they blew Bama off the ball there.
Well, they're acutely aware of what they've got to do on this drive. They've got to come away with points, and if they can come away and tie this ball game up, get back to even, now you could make something happen. This is an opportunity for this offense, especially this offensive line, to respond.
Love what we're seeing out of the Michigan run game here early on. Not so much the pass game. 2 receivers split to the left with the ball on the right hash. Blake Corum in the backfield. J.J. claps his hands and hand off to Corum. Weaves his way through some Bama tacklers down to the 33-yard line for a short gain. Had to make a man miss in the backfield. Give him 2 yards on 1st down.
Well, we knew that J.J. was going to have to be a threat in the run game. The more that he is that threat, it's going to loosen some things up on the inside of that offensive line. I'll take 2 yards on 1st down right now here in the first quarter.
Kalel Mullings now in the backfield, and he is in a pistol formation directly behind J.J. McCarthy. Mullings averaged 6.1 yards per carry as RB3 for this team. J.J. turns, play action, back to pass, looking downfield, wants to take a shot. Now he bails out of there with a pass rush coming at him. He's going to fire. He's got a man open, and it's caught inside the Bama 15, and falling out of bounds right there is Kalel Mullings downfield. How about that?
JJ's going to have to make plays with his feet, and a nice job offensive line by protection. When things break down, JJ gets outside the pocket, keeps his eyes downfield, and does a really nice job of finding Kalel Mullins. Kalel Mullins comes in, has a knockout block on Braswell on that JJ run, and now all of a sudden a big catch for him.
That's his 2nd catch of the season, good for 20 yards. Ball at the Bama 14-yard line, 1st and 10. JJ hands it off on a jet sweep to Samaj Morgan. Can he turn the corner? 15-10. Samaj Morgan knocked out of bounds at the Bama 8-yard line. Give him 6 yards on 1st down. Michigan knocking on the door here with 5 minutes to go in the first quarter.
Well, you know there's nobody that wants to make up more than Samaj Morgan right now for the mistake and allowing Alabama to have that ball, and they're on Michigan's side of the field and score an easy touchdown than Samaj Morgan. So I love to see the ball in his hands. I still got a lot of confidence in Samaj Morgan to be able to make some plays, and he's going to have to make some plays today for Michigan to win.
How do you respond? Always been what this team has done well. 10th play of the drive for Michigan. 2nd down and 4. JJ in a shotgun. Blake Corum in the backfield. JJ back to pass. Looking, he's got Corum in the flat. Blake's got it inside the 5 to the goal line. Touchdown, Wolverines. Blake Corum in the pass game wide open. JJ found him, and Michigan has responded.
Wow, I absolutely love this play call. The fact that Blake Corum starts to the right of JJ. He comes through the middle and just gets caught up, lost in the wash, and then there's nobody around him. It's just a great play design to get an easy pitch and catch for a touchdown.
That 8-yard touchdown reception brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. On for the extra point is JT. On the hold of Tommy Doman. Snap is good from Will Wagner. The kick is up, and the kick is good. And Michigan has tied the game at 7 here in the first quarter following a 10-play drive that covered 75 yards in 5 minutes and 18 seconds. We're deadlocked early on here in Pasadena. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Touchdown!
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
For over a century, Michigan Medicine has been on a mission to bring Michigan answers to patients and families across Michigan and beyond. It's why University of Michigan Health is honored to have been named Michigan's #1 hospital once again by U.S. News & World Report, and to have been named year after year to the prestigious honor roll of the nation's top hospitals. If you need a Michigan answer in your life, think Michigan Medicine and visit michigananswers.com.
Imagine this, a day filled with indulgence, bursting with excitement, and packed with extraordinary moments that build memories to last a lifetime. Win big, relax oh so comfortably, then have an unforgettable dining experience at the world-famous Roots Chris Steakhouse. It's your getaway reimagined at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
Aw, shucks, the game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
We're live at the granddaddy of them all, the Rose Bowl. Let's return to our coverage of the Wolverines and the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Hey, you guys, that drive was absolutely amazing. A couple things I want you to point out. The shifts in motion caused Alabama to be off balance, and then we're more physical up front. John, I know you love to see that.
Oh, there's no question. And the fact that they're giving JJ the opportunity to see whether it's man, whether it's zone, cover 2, cover 3, whatever the defense is in by some of those motions. And, yeah, Alabama's going to be off balance because on every single play, you had guys, whether it's shifts or motion, you had moving parts all over the place, and Alabama's not able to get settled in and try and respond. I thought it was a great job of calling plays. And then the touchdown, Doug, we've seen that so many times where Blake Corum lines up to the right. He comes in, and he's a guy that they use at protection. On this one, they bring him in just like he's going to be in protection to pick up a linebacker, and he just, works his way through, comes out, unscathed, untouched, and uncovered.
Blake scored a touchdown receiving the football against Michigan State last year, and then bam, just like that, 29 touchdowns later, he gets another one. Tommy Doman's kickoff will sail deep into the end zone, and Alabama will let it fall, and they'll take over at the 25-yard line. Our coverage is brought to you by University of Michigan Health. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To learn more about Michigan's best hospital, visit michigananswers.com. Blake Corum, 4 carries, 33 yards, 1 reception, 8 yards in that touchdown. J.J. McCarthy started 1 of 4, settled down, completed his last 3, including the touchdown pass to Blake Corum there. And we're going to get a timeout down below with the game knotted at 7. We'll keep it right here. And John, Jason, we've discussed it so much this year. How do you respond? Well, it was a near disastrous start. It was bad enough as it was. A ball that looked like it was intercepted on the first play from scrimmage. Next possession, fumble a punt. Alabama's leading 7-0. And that was a response, 10 plays, 75 yards.
Well, not only, it was on top of that, it was a bad snap that Jalen Milroe picked up and was able to hand it off to his running back, who goes 34 yards for a touchdown. So nothing went well for Michigan in about the first 6 minutes of the game. Then you put together a 10-play, 75-yard drive that takes a little bit over 5 minutes off the clock. And now that confidence that you started the game with, it was shattered with the near interception and then obviously the turnover and the touchdown. You've been able to build back some of that confidence, so you're back to where, hey, this defense, don't forget the first time Alabama had the ball, it was sack on first down, sack on third down, and it was, negative 12 yards net. So this defense needs to be playing with a lot of confidence, go out there and attack.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. They have a problem. They have young guys at their left tackle and left guard and Proctor and Booker. So I believe we can get after those guys most of the game. But I can't stress more the play calling. We talked about in the past game, even the last play design, we're seeing a lot of shifts and motions, but also across the field once the ball is snapped, making guys go through a lot of bodies in order to cover their man, because this is a high percentage man-to-man team. They're doing a great job play design right now.
And I thought this was going to be an opportunity for Sharon Moore. Yeah, he's the offensive line coach. He is the play caller, but it's an opportunity for him to protect his offensive line. I know that Michigan wants to be able to block block 4 with 5 and be able to send max guys out, but you're going to have to get creative to protect your offensive lines at times. Trente Jones done a really nice job of sets and using his hands and athletic ability, and his counter moves that better today than I've seen him throughout the course of his career. But at times through play calling, Jason, they're going to have to protect this offensive line, and so far they've done a really nice job of that.
Agreed.
Another storyline to watch, Seth McLaughlin, the Bama center. That was a bad snap that Milroe picked up, and they happened to take it for a touchdown. But remember, it was his bad snap that led to Alabama being in that 4th and goal from the 31 in the Auburn game. Alabama has it at the 25-yard line out of the timeout. Michigan football is brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. 4:23 to go, first quarter. We're tied at 7. Roydell Williams in the backfield, the pistol formation behind Jalen Milroe, who claps his hands, takes the snap, hands it off to Williams. He's met at the line of scrimmage. In fact, driven backwards. That looks like it'll be a TFL as the Wolverines get the job done in the center of that Bama defensive line. Roydell Williams dropped for a loss of 1.
Nice job of the defense rotating over. You've got Josh Wallace in run support, allowing for, actually that was Mikey Samerstill. I thought it was Jalen Harrell. Mikey Samerstill popped in there. I love that kid.
Filling the hole nicely. Bama now with 3 tight ends. They split 2 of them out wide to the right. Empty backfield for Milroe on 2nd down at 11. See if the Wolverines can generate some pass rush. Here they come on a blitz. Milroe fires over the middle, incomplete, throws it into traffic. Junior Colson, the Wolverines' leading tackler in coverage there, jumping around like he wished he'd turned his head a second earlier. He might have had an interception. Kendrick Law, who's kind of their Samaj Morgan, was the man that Milroe was looking for.
Yeah, and I mentioned this in the pregame. If you can force Alabama to try and make quick decisions, Jalen Milroe specifically, make quick decisions. He's still young. He's still a little bit unsure of himself, and I think that's going to be advantage Michigan.
Shotgun for Milroe on 3rd and 11. 3 receivers in a bunch formation out to the left. Now they bring Dupree in motion back to the line of scrimmage. Back to passes Milroe on 3rd and long. Here comes the pass rush. He steps up and he's going to run. 25-30, and he slides well short of the first down. Boy, John, I thought he had a first down there easily, but he gave himself up 4 yards shy of the first down.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised, especially with as physical a player as we've seen him be. Again, it's decisions. When you got a young player making decisions, it's not always easy. We saw it with Samaj Morgan. Not a great decision. This one, not a great decision to slide when he could have possibly picked up the first.
And he almost tore an ACL right there because he's the wrong way.
Yeah.
Samaj Morgan standing on his own 19 to take the punt from James Burnap. Guess what country he's from, John?
Australia.
Correct. Burnap, the big punter, puts his right foot into it. He gets hit and goes down, and I think he's going to get an Academy Award as the officials watched it happen. Burnap's grabbing his leg. Meanwhile, Samaj makes a fair catch on the 19-yard line, a 50-yard punt. And it looked like he had landed and the ball was well out of there.
Yeah.
When the pass or the punt rush off the edge, I have to see who it was, barely touched him, but boy, did Burnip go down in a heap, and he is getting addressed by the trainers right now.
Yeah, that was great acting by him. That was not a close call at all.
Not mad at him. That's what you do, but he is one of the best punters in the nation, averaging over 47 a kick. That one was good for 50 yards.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good punter, and obviously he's got to follow through with it. And hopefully he is just acting, and he's going to be okay as he's getting up and walking off the field. I think we'll probably see him next time Alabama has the ball and needs to punt. But you never want to see a guy go down, and that to me was inadvertent contact. Referees thought so as well.
Still haven't been able to see who the Wolverine was.
It's Keyshawn Bennett.
Okay, thank you. So Michigan will take over on the 19-yard line. We're tied here, late first quarter. Michigan and Alabama. Blake Corum in the backfield. He got some rhythm going in the run game a little bit earlier. Wolverines' last possession. Wolverine with two receivers split to the left. Turns, does JJ, and hands it off to Blake Corum. He's got a hole across the 20, out close to the 24-yard line where he is stood up by Deontay Lawson again. Third leading tackler for this Bama team. He's having a heck of a game all over the field in the early going.
Yeah, but 4.5, 5 yards. It's nice for Michigan, and they've got a lot of motion going on. We mentioned that pre-snap, but then you pull Trevor Keegan, Ladarius Henderson, bringing them across the board, and get in behind him. You're going to pick up some good yardage because that's a lot of mass coming across the formation.
2nd down and 6 for Michigan. Donovan Edwards shifts out of the backfield. He's split wide right. JJ back to pass. Going to fire underneath. He's got Samaj Morgan out across the 30. And I believe good for the first down. Yep, he didn't step out of bounds till he reached the 30. Moved the chains for Michigan.
Nice throw and catch. Nice play design, too, because they put Donovan out. They want to see what type of matchup. Who's going to go out with him? Alabama does not want to end up in a situation where they put a linebacker on Donovan Edwards that far outside. So they pushed everybody out one, and you get what you want with Samaj Morgan.
Kalel Mullings and Donovan Edwards in the game for Michigan right now. And they got one of them split to either side. J.J. McCarthy in a shotgun. 1st and 10, tied at 7. Michigan with the ball on their own 30-yard line. Handoff to Edwards running right. Donovan turns it upfield, puts his head down, and runs over a Bama tackler out to the 38-yard line. A gain of 8 on 1st down. Terrion Arnold took the punishment from Michigan's number 7 there.
Yeah, and I love the fact right now Michigan is winning at the line of scrimmage. That was a nice blow delivered by Donovan Edwards. But you had Drake Nugent about another 8 yards downfield, blocking a linebacker, Tresman Marshall. And that's a nice sign that this offensive line knows it wants to make a statement today.
57 seconds to go, first quarter. 2nd down and 2. JJ in a shotgun. Claps his hands, handoff. Kalel Mullings running left and breaks a tackle. He's got the first down, and a flag comes flying in. Out to the 44-yard line is Kalel Mullings, but I do not like the flag that was thrown there from the back judge.
It was really late, and it wasn't at the point of attack.
Somebody get their hands on Kalel's face mask, maybe?
That's what I'm thinking there.
Well, possibly. I mean, that was one that was picked up simply because Kalel Mullins refused to go down.
Bama's pointing that it's against Michigan, Dallas Turner specifically. We await Michael Vandervelde's call.
The question will be when the penalty happened, what it is. Did Michigan already have the first down?
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 44, offense, 15-yard penalty, still be 2nd down.
So it wasn't a post-play penalty. Jim Harbaugh doesn't like this. He was out on the field seeking an explanation.
Unnecessary roughness on Max Bredesen. And I'm guessing it had to be the location of a block.
Bredesen looks confused, completely confused. Like, what? Well, that backs up Michigan and puts him, instead of a first down at the 45, it's 2nd down and 11.
Oh, you got to be kidding
Back on the 28. Empty backfield. JJ in a shotgun. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. JJ claps his hands, back to pass. He's going to go QB draw up the middle. Not much there as he's dropped as he gets across the line of scrimmage before Damon Payne out of Belleville, Michigan, brings him down after a gain of about 2.
So the penalty, I saw the replay, and it was Caleb Downs had been knocked down by Max Bredesen, and Max Bredesen decided that it wasn't enough. He wanted to plant him 3 or 4 feet under the ground, and I'm surprised. I've not seen that call before.
Wolverines will be looking at a 3rd down and 9 when the second quarter begins, as that was the final play of quarter number 1. Wolverines and Bama tied at 7 here in Pasadena in the national semifinals. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Greasy bootleg right, firing deep for Tuman. Touchdown, Michigan!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Feel the sun on your face and enjoy the ride with a brand new truck or SUV from your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Whether you're north, south, east, or west, your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are in your neighborhood. From their impressive family of SUVs to the strongest, most advanced Silverado ever, your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers will put you in the driver's seat. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience better for you energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're here in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
Tied at 7 with the Wolverines looking at a 3rd down and 9 on the first play of the second quarter. Michigan responding to Alabama's touchdown early on that came via some help from the Wolverines themselves after a fumble punt by Samaj Morgan. But John, early in this game, some good trends for Michigan. Michigan with 6 first downs to Bama's 2. Michigan 10 carries for 64 yards. Bama 8 carries, 27 yards. Wolverines 5 of 8 through the air. Bama just 1 of 2. Michigan 102 total yards to Alabama's 38. And leading up to this game, I wondered what rush defense we'd see for Bama. Was it the one that gave up 244 yards against Auburn, who ran for 5.8 yards per clip? Or the one that gave up just 2.7 yards per rush and 114 total yards to Georgia? And early on, Michigan has established a bit of a run game here.
They have, and obviously for Michigan, it's been about self-inflicted wounds. When things have gone well and they've done things right and they've been disciplined, they've found success on both sides of the ball, offense and defense. It's just a matter of trying to stay disciplined and don't allow Alabama free plays.
5 wide for the Wolverines. Now they shift out of an Edwards into the backfield on 3rd down and 9. JJ claps his hands, back to pass, looking downfield, fires over the middle. He's got his man, Samaj Morgan's got to make a guy miss, and he gets thrown to the ground, body slam style, like Kool-Aid McKinstry. I've seen that flag for personal foul in the past, but coming up just short of the first down is Samaj Morgan, and no help from the official there.
No, some of that is obviously Samaj's small stature and the fact that he was trying to spin out himself. I wouldn't have expected a flag on that play. I know we've seen it before, but Samaj Morgan trying to make a play and just came up a little bit short.
Jim Harbaugh elects to send the punt team onto the field. Tommy Doman is deep. He's got the snap, puts his right foot into it, and coming up to fair catch it is Caleb Downs looking into that sun, and he makes the catch at the 24-yard line. And that's where Bama will take over for their first possession here of the second quarter.
Yeah, it'll be interesting now because Alabama I know they took they wanted to put Michigan in a position to have to catch. Right now, they're going to be coming out of a situation at the 24-yard line where half the field is in sun, the other half in shadow, and I know that can make it a bit of a challenge to catch the ball and obviously locate it and track it.
Bama comes out with two receivers split to the wide side. That is the left, and Milroe in a shotgun. Michigan fans getting into it, making some noise. Tied at 7, early second quarter. Back to pass is Milroe. Here comes the blitz, and down he goes. Michael Barrett shot out of a cannon. Drops Jalen Milroe, the third sack of the game for the Michigan defense.
They are harassing a young Jalen Milroe, and the thing I like about this is sooner or later, Jalen Milroe, he's going to get a little gun shy. He's going to wonder where everybody's coming from, and there's really not much of a secret in that one. They lined up Mike Barrett. He showed blitz. He came. They didn't pick him up. Michigan ends up with its third sack now, and keep hitting Jalen Milroe because he will throw you the ball.
4 of his 6 interceptions this year came against the blitz. Loss of 8. Second down and 18. Milroe back to pass. Here comes a pass rush again, and down he goes again. The Wolverines' 4th sack of the ball game. And we are early second quarter.
Yeah, they are struggling to protect Jalen Milroe. And here's the other thing. Before that hit even happened, his eyes were down. He was looking at the pass rush, not looking downfield to try and make a throw.
John, they're collapsing the pocket from the inside out. This is a matchup that we thought Michigan might be able to take advantage of, and so far they have. As Milroe's dropped for another loss, and he's looking at third down in Tuscaloosa. Got to get this play off. Play clock at 3. Milroe doesn't see it. Play clock hits 0. Takes the snap. Going to go QB run up the middle to the 20, and he's dropped right there. Big hit by Quentin Johnson coming up from his safety spot, well short of the first down as he got out to the 22-yard line, just a couple yards shy of the original line of scrimmage. And that is the second Alabama 3-and-out, the second possession. Well, the Wolverines have come up with 2 sacks.
Tony. Did you guys see our safeties come up there and try to annihilate Milroe?
Oh, yeah, they're trying to take his head off.
Oh, my God.
And they are playing, the easy thing is to say they're playing with an edge. They're out there hunting right now.
It's a miracle James Burnip back in the game to punt for Alabama as he puts his right foot into this one. No rush. Gets off a high punt. Samaj Morgan, it'll be a fair catch at his own 29-yard line. And that's where Michigan will take over. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Wolverines force the 3-and-out. They've got the football back with 11:54 to go in the first half. We're tied at 7 here in the Rose Bowl. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer provides free tuition for in-state families who meet the income, asset, and academic requirements, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn if you qualify at goblueguarantee.umich.edu. That's goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
The hustle and bustle of Christmas is over, and it's time to treat myself for all of my hard work. So of course I went to Kohl's, and boy I'm glad I did, because it's their biggest clearance event of the season. I saved 70% on a cute pair of jeans, a cozy sweater, and some comfy PJs. Yep, going to Kohl's was just what I needed. Now to get back in the holiday spirit for New Year's. Select styles, up to 70% offer ends January 21st. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, Go Blue Podcast with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search Go Blue Podcast with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's Go Blue Podcast with John Jansen.
That left side.
The Cars, John Jansen, Jason Avant down on the field from the Rose Bowl. Michigan and Alabama tied at 7. The Wolverines overcoming an early mistake have fought back and feel like they are on the brink of taking control of this game, but it's still very early. Michigan will have it on their own 30-yard line. Myers, the presenting sponsor of the 2023 Michigan football season and a proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest.
Yeah, other than the 34-yard touchdown run that Alabama had and the gift that was given by Samaj Morgan, this has been a defense that has absolutely dominated Alabama.
And look at this, Alex Orji in at quarterback for Michigan from the 30-yard line. Orji in a shotgun, empty backfield. Orji claps his hands, takes the snap, gonna go QB draw. Makes one man miss, now fights through a tackle out close to the 34-yard line. Good gain on first down by Alex Orji.
Don't be surprised to see him throw the ball at some point. Now, I know that he's in there to run the ball, but I would not be surprised to see him drop back and throw the ball, even if it's just an easy out, just to break a tendency of him being in there, and obviously J.J. back in there for second down.
He played the role of Jalen Milroe for the scout team in practice leading up to this game. Shotgun for J.J. McCarthy, who's back in the game. Pistol formation with Blake Corum right behind him on 2nd and 6. J.J. back to pass. Looks like he wants to take a shot. It's going to fire far side for Cornelius Johnson, a little too tall. C.J. was looking back into the sun, too. Just coming out of his break at the Bama 45-yard line. It'll be third down.
Yeah, that ball was thrown. I kind of feel like J.J. rushed it just a hair, threw that maybe a split second early, thinking that Cornelius was going to go a little bit deeper, overthrew it just a little bit. If you're going to overthrow it, you want to throw it on the sidelines. But would have been nice to have a conversion on that one.
On 3rd and 6, Donovan Edwards in the game. Watch out for him out of the backfield. J.J. in a shotgun from their own 34-yard line. J.J.'s going to roll right. Looking downfield, fires far side, incomplete. Looking for Roman Wilson, who's trying to get a flag. Trey Amos was the man in coverage. Roman said he grabbed him around the hip.
I'm okay with them letting these guys on the edge play. We've seen some physical play by the corners and the wide receivers, but here's what I like about this Michigan passing attack so far. They've gotten J.J., they've moved the pocket a little bit, but the protection has been really good for him. At some point, this offense is going to find a little bit more rhythm in the pass game. I just would like to see them, if you're running the ball at 4, 5, 6 yards a pop, let's keep going that route.
Tommy Doman standing on his own 19-yard line. Clean snap, puts his right foot into it, and this is why he leads the country in hang time. That one's straight up the elevator shaft and comes down at the 30-yard line where Caleb Downs signals for and makes a successful fair catch. Now, if you're Alabama and you've given up 4 sacks already, what is offensive coordinator Tommy Rees to dial up here?
Well, he's going to have to dial up the run game. They're going to try and attack in between the tackles where they've had some success, but if you're going to try and max protect, here's the thing, is Michigan, it has the ability now to be able to send 5, 6, 7 guys, load up the box, get after the quarterback, max protection. You're only sending 1 or 2 weapons downfield. Limited options for a quarterback.
Alabama will have it 1st and 10 on their own 30-yard line when we continue. Tied at 7 in Pasadena, early second quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
At Progressive, we love sports and saving you money, so we bundled them together.
2 seconds left on the clock, third field goal range, and it looks like he's going to go with a 5-iron. No, wait. The quarterback is skating back on the ice. He's talking with his caddy. They're pulling the goalie. He skates off the fairway as the kicker lines up his putt. It's a breakaway. They bundled their home and auto insurance with Progressive. Touchdown savings, birdie goal.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Wolverines, Crimson Tide.
J.J. looking, fires back in the end zone. Touchdown. Roman Wilson came wide open.
This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
This This year, let Ford make the holidays bright. With a large inventory in stock, you can choose from a great selection of Ford trucks and SUVs, equipped with great technology, and offer the comfort you need. And to really celebrate the holiday season, Ford has just announced holiday cash on select Ford vehicles. Returning AZ Plan F-150 lessees can lease a 2023 F-150 XLT 4x4 Super Crew for $299 a month for 24 months, with $2,809 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $500 holiday RCL cash, $3,500 trade assist, $500 vehicle-specific renewal, and $1,000 AXZD bonus cash. Offer ends January 2nd, 2024. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Happy holidays from your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers.
Doug Harsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant, Brian Bush, our spotter, Bob Rossick, our statistician, Tony Butler, of course, our engineer. Wolverines and Alabama tied at 7 here, 10:50 to go, second quarter, and Bama's got the football back. Today's broadcast is brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Now, if you're Bama, we talked about what they might try and do. If I were Jesse Minter, Michigan's defensive coordinator, who's dialed up quite a pass rush today, I would have the radar up for Milroe and some QB run stuff.
Yeah, they'll probably try and attack the edge just a little bit, but as I mentioned before, McClellan's not a guy that really can attack the edge very well. He's a between the tackles type of, or at least style of runner.
And it is McClellan in the backfield in a pistol formation behind Jalen Milroe. 1st and 10, Alabama. Now they shift McClellan off to the right hip of Jalen Milroe. Now they shift him to the left and jam everybody in tight to the left. Milroe looking over the Michigan defense. Claps his hands, takes the snap. Handoff up the middle, McClellan. He's across the 30 out to the 33-yard line where he is stacked up. Junior Colson leading the Michigan tacklers. Gain of 3 on first down.
And here's the difference. Jason Avant was talking about this earlier, where Michigan has a lot of moving parts before the snap, and all of a sudden you see, hey, defense is trying to adjust. A lot of moving parts right before that. You had 4 or 5 different guys changing position before the snap, and nobody on Michigan's defense moved. They don't have to. They can adjust with the personnel that they have on the field.
Alabama also might be trying to get the ball to the wide receivers here a little bit. They've been very quiet early on. Milroe in a shotgun on 2nd down and 7. Brings a man in motion and will hand it off up the middle. McClellan will be dropped for a loss. The Wolverines, Jalen Harrell was back there. The senior out of Tampa. And Junior Colson as well. That's a 2-yard loss on 2nd down and 7.
Well, a nice job by Jalen Harrell of just winning a one-on-one matchup, coming inside, and it's just a miscommunication, really, by that Alabama offensive line. They're really disoriented right now.
3rd down and 9 for Bama. Empty backfield for Jalen Milroe. 2 receivers to the boundary side, and Jim Harbaugh is going to take a timeout before Alabama can get this snap off. Saw something he didn't like.
The defense was confused on the back end, and he saw it and called a timeout.
So Mikey Sainristil left 2 plays ago. I wondered if he lost his helmet, and Jaden McBurrows has been in there. Is that what it was? Was it a helmet, or did he leave the game hemmed up?
No, not hemmed up. He lost his helmet on it.
Okay.
Yeah, so he came back in.
Thank you.
Well, I was just mentioning that Alabama offensive line is discombobulated, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that Jesse Minter is throwing a lot at him right now.
3rd down and long for Bama. We'll have that play when we continue. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown! From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Let's talk numbers. The money you pay to keep your home warm in cooler weather and the money you can save with a new heat pump from your local Ruud dealer. Give them a call and ask about the benefits of an energy-efficient, climate and budget-friendly heat pump system. Your family will stay comfortable and the numbers will look good when your utility bill arrives. Stay warm for less. Visit Ruud.com. That's RUUD.com to find a dealer near you. Ruud. Rely on Ruud.
Third and long for Bama here. Third down and 9 from their own 31-yard line. Bama 1 for 4 on third down, in large part because they've been well behind the sticks.
They've been well behind the sticks, and Jesse Benner has changed up a number of different looks. Right before we went to break, I was talking about the discombobulation of this offensive line for Alabama. There's been so many guys moving and shifting up front and lining up in unique positions for Michigan's defense. They're just having a hard time communicating.
Empty backfield for Milroe. Claps his hands, takes the snap. Fakes a handoff, runs up the middle, and he's got nothing there. Dropped by Mikey. Sanders still coming up from his safety spot. Jalen Milroe gets a yard on 3rd and 9, and Bama will be forced to punt following their third 3 and out of this ballgame.
Quarterback read option, and we've seen it so many times, guys in position, and it's hard to take down a mobile quarterback. Great job by Mikey Sanders still putting his head across Jalen Milroe, tackling him with his shoulder and his body. I mean, that's textbook right there for a defensive back.
Also, great job by Junior Colson running the alley and not being tempted to contain Mikey Sanders Steele's position. Great team defense right there.
Burnett back to punt. Samaj Morgan standing on his own 19-yard line. Clean snap. Burnett rolls to the right and gets it off. Morgan will come up and let it bounce at the 27-yard line. It'll take a Bama roll inside the 20, down to the 17, to the 16-yard line, and that's where Michigan will take over.
More yards for Michigan's offense. More opportunity.
52-yard punt. Wonder how much the first fumbled punt was in Samaj's mind as he tried to charge up and save that hidden yardage and backed off at the last second.
Well, I'm sure that's all part of it. But when you've got a guy like Henderson Jr., who was running down there, they're gunners. That's one thing that this Alabama team has that is consistent with other Alabama teams. That's speed.
Wolverines will shift 3 players in tight. Blake Corum in the backfield. Darius Clemens now the lone wide receiver. Hand off to Corum, who bounces it outside across the 20 and fights across the 24-yard line to the 25-yard line. Good yardage on first down. The Michigan run game continues to churn here in Pasadena.
Yeah, and you can pick up 7.5, 8 yards on first down, and it's basically just, hey, put your head down, run straight ahead. After contact, you get a chance to pick up some more yardage. It's a great job of this offensive line of keeping their shoulders square. You don't always have to drive a guy 7, 8 yards down the field. It's really hard to do. But if you just stay in their way, you mirror them sometimes, they can't make a play.
Second down and a long 2 for the Michigan offense. JJ turns and hands it off to Corum. Makes a man miss in the backfield. Gets the first down out across the 28 to the 29-yard line. Blake Corum with a little magic in the backfield. A disappearing act. It was Justin Eboigbe who broke through and came up empty.
Yeah, JJ made an adjustment at the line of scrimmage, and great job by Blake Corum of being able to make a guy miss. And sometimes, hey, when you have movement up front, it can be hard to block. They can blitz. You can hit it at the same gap, but sometimes you run right by those blitzers, and that's exactly what Blake was able to do.
First and 10, Michigan from their own 29-yard line. 7 minutes to go in the half, tied at 7. Pistol formation, Blake Corum behind J.J. McCarthy. Corum takes the handoff. Weaves through some tacklers, but not much there as he's dragged down from behind by Boygby, who this time drops Blake Corum for a gain of 2.
Yeah, I like the fact that Michigan has come out, established the run again. They're taking their shots. Now, don't be surprised at some point to see that play action. Even though Alabama may say, you know what, hey, 2nd 8, they might go play action. You still got to honor that run, and it's all you need is a split second for those linebackers to bite.
2nd down and 8. Donovan Edwards in the backfield now for Michigan. Samaj Morgan goes in motion out to the right. JJ passes over the middle. He's got Colston Loveland at the 40. Colston is across the 42 and thrown to the ground there. First down for Michigan as JJ fired a bullet over the middle to his big tight end out of Gooding, Idaho. 12 yards.
They faked that little toss that they've run a number of times to Donovan Edwards, and that's exactly what it was. All it was linebackers. It was 2 steps forward, bit on that run fake, and then all of a sudden there's Colston. Nice easy toss over the top for a first down.
JJ will take a snap from under center. Donovan Edwards, alone running back. Toss sweep to Edwards, who will turn and throw it back to JJ, who catches it with one hand, fires deep to Roman Wilson, who's got it at the 40 and out of bounds inside the Bama 40 down to the 39. As Sharon Moore goes deep into the playbook, JJ took a hit and he's slow getting up.
Yeah, that pass was a little bit high. Obviously, a nice catch by JJ. It was so wide open. All he had to do was throw it up, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Jim Harbaugh maybe take a timeout here. It's taken a long time to get set up. That clock starts, and JJ still doesn't look like he's 100%.
Yeah, they have to call a timeout here.
Only 12 seconds on the play clock, and the Wolverines just went into the huddle. It was Dallas Turner that had the hit on J.J. McCarthy. Michigan will have to hurry. J.J. under center. Inside of 5 on the play clock. Puts a man in motion. J.J. takes the snap, hands it off to Corum, running right. Oh, chopped down. There was a big hole there and a lot of green grass in front of him. But a Bama defender did a great job bringing down Blake Corum. It was Caleb Downs up from his safety spot, the freshman All-American. Not a freshman All-American team member, but a true freshman who is a first-team All-American.
Yeah, a tremendous player. And, you know, sometimes I understand wanting to run the play, not spend the timeout, but, man.
Inside of 5 minutes to go, first half, tied at 7. 2nd down and 10 for Michigan. JJ takes the snap, hands it off to Donovan Edwards, and he's met in the backfield and fights back to the line of scrimmage, and that's about it. Tim Keenum, the defensive tackle, brings him down, and Michigan will be looking at a 3rd and long. JJ still looks like he's trying to get the cobwebs out. He's adjusting his helmet after taking that big hit on the double pass.
He has a lot of dirt and debris and stuff in his helmet. Yes.
Yeah. 3rd down and 10 for Michigan. From the Bama 38. Probably need another 4 or 5 yards to get into JT field goal range. JJ in a shotgun. Got 3 receivers split to the left, 1 to the right is Colston Loveland. JJ back to pass, looking, fires over the middle. He's got his man. That's Tyler Morris. First down. Tyler Morris down the sideline to the end zone. Tyler Morris is touchdown. He's in on 3rd and 10 on a crossing route to Tyler Morris, who was hurt in the pregame, and he just scored a 38-yard touchdown.
Of Steve Breaston in a Rose Bowl against Texas on a crossing route just like that. Tyler Morris.
Great job. Great pass protection. We knew at some point, hey, Dallas Turner, Chris Braswell, the ability to apply pressure by this Alabama defense, we knew Michigan was going to have to protect. They did. They're going to pick and choose your times. And a great job by JJ is standing in the pocket and finding Tyler Morris.
Meanwhile, Alabama's got to be looking at their scouting report going, who is that? 38 yards, the first touchdown of the season for Tyler Morris. Down the far sideline, JT is on for the extra point. It's a bad snap, and it rolls out near the 25-yard line where the Wolverines will fall on it, and the extra point is no good. Well, that's unfortunate.
It is, and it just seems like every time Michigan does something good, they do something to allow Alabama an easy out.
13-7, that 38-yard touchdown pass to Tyler Morris, brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Wolverines on top. We'll circle back to the Morris injury in pregame warm-ups when we continue. 3:49 to go first half, and the Wolverines up by 6. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Imagine this, a day filled with indulgence, bursting with excitement, and packed with extraordinary moments that build memories to last a lifetime. Win big, relax oh so comfortably, then have an unforgettable dining experience at the world-famous Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. It's your getaway reimagined at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
We'll return to the Rose Bowl in 60 seconds here on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Basketball season is here, but you still have some time to secure your seats to watch Michigan men's and women's basketball at Chrysler Center. Single game tickets are on sale now, but hurry because tickets are running out for some of the season's marquee matchups and great promotions. Visit mgoblue.com/tickets now to lock in your seats. That's mgoblue.com/tickets to experience Michigan men's and women's basketball at Chrysler Center this season. mgoblue.com/tickets.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with their impressive family of SUVs, like the popular Chevy Equinox. Equinox is the perfect compact SUV. Its sporty style is versatile and spacious. Its safety features surround you with security. And with technology like an available built-in Wi-Fi hotspot, Chevy Equinox keeps you connected wherever you go. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Back in Pasadena, Michigan on top of Alabama, 13-7. Tyler Morris, who was injured in pregame warm-ups, and Jason Avant, we saw him down on the ground. He was practicing fielding punts, looking back into the sun, and a couple minutes later, we look back, and he was on the ground for a good 2-3 minutes with Ron Bellamy, the wide receiver coach out over there, and the training staff took him to the locker room. We had you on the story to find out if he was even going to play today.
Yeah, we were looking at it, trying to figure out what happened. We thought that he may be hurt. He came out for warm-ups. He looked great on that play. And so I guess he's fine. And I want to let the fans know it's Doug before the game with his binoculars looking at the players breathe. He caught it. So you being an investigator caught that injury.
I mean, look.
Hey, just a great job by you. You're seeing everything.
Well, we said before the game, Michigan needs to get Tyler Morris and Kalel Mullings more involved in the pass game. And they have 2 of the 3 longest catches in this game for Michigan. 38 yards to Morris on that touchdown on a crossing route. And then Mullings, 19 yards on the Wolverines' first touchdown scoring drive. Meanwhile, that drive, as John, you said, more yards for the offense after the punt rolled, 83 yards on 8 plays over 4 minutes and 43 seconds. It included a double pass. Unfortunately, the extra point, bad snap. Michigan's lead is 13-7 with 3:49 to go in the half. As Tommy Doman puts his right foot into it, and it looks like Bama's going to bring it out. Across the 15, and drilled! As he got to the 15, a member of the Wolverines special teams arrived with bad intentions, and Alabama will take the snap from inside their 20.
I mentioned this earlier. Michigan is playing with some violence. They are bringing it today. Defensively, we've seen it getting after the quarterback. Special teams now, that's a hit that's going to fire up this team as the defense takes the field.
They just fired up the crowd right there, for sure.
Jimmy Rolder was the man that delivered the hit. Bama will take over on their 16-yard line. They've had 4 3-and-outs. That ties a season high as Jesse Minter's crew is doing the job. Shotgun for Jalen Milroe, 1st and 10, standing on his own 10-yard line, takes the snap. Play action, rolls to his right, looking downfield, fires, and it's caught. But it was the inbounds. They are ruling him inbounds at the own 43-yard line as he finds Isaiah Bond, who's on the receiving end of the Milroe Miracle. Good gain there for Alabama. Their first reception by a wide receiver today.
Yeah, at some point they're going to make some plays. That's why it's frustrating when you have, an extra point like that. You don't want it to come back and haunt you.
Ball spotted at the 45-yard line, 1st and 10 for Alabama. Michigan leading 13-7, 3:16 to go first half. Jalen Milroe in a shotgun, takes the snap. Play action, back to pass, looking downfield, wants to find his man Burton, who's in man coverage, locked up down there by Will Johnson, who is in phase the entire way, and it falls incomplete out of bounds.
Great coverage by Will Johnson. They tried to go double move on him. He didn't bite. He mirrored him the entire way, and as you mentioned, he was in phase with him. And there was nowhere for Milroe to even throw the ball. He ended up throwing it out of bounds, but no chance for completion on that one.
And Will Johnson let him know about it, too, the entire way back.
Burton is their big play receiver. He has touchdowns in 3 straight games. Shotgun for Milroe with 3 rides, split to the wide side. Now they bring Burton in motion to the near side. Milroe back to pass, fires underneath to Burton, who's got it to 50 and steps out of bounds right there. Mike Barrett, the man that forced him out, with 2:57 to go in the half. And Bama looking at a 3rd down and about 4.
Well, they moved Burton over in motion, and they brought Will Johnson off the edge. Mike Barrett came from his linebacker position. Nice job of covering up on the back end.
Burton leaves the field, and Bama brings in an extra tight end. And the Wolverines will sub slowly with the clock running. 2:37 to go. Bama looking at a 3rd and 4. They're down by 6. From the Michigan 49-yard line. Big play here for the Michigan defense. Bama will get the ball first to start the second half. Jalen Milroe in a shotgun. Play clock winding down, gets the snap off, handoff, Chase McClellan, who's going to get the first down across the 45. Rod Moore up from his safety spot to make the tackle, gain of 5 on 3rd and 4.
Alabama is really trying to create a situation where they can get some double teams at the point of attack. They got double team on Mason Graham on that one. Chris Jenkins was singled up. Whoever gets singled up, and you never really know who it's going to be, you've got to find a way to win that matchup and get off the block to be able to make a play.
Ball on the Michigan 44-yard line, 1:51 to go in the half. McClellan in a shotgun. 2 receivers split to the left. In the backfield, and we get a flag. And the Bama players are clapping, but I think it's going to be a false start.
Yeah, the center moved the ball.
False start, number 56. Offense, 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
It's a guy who's had his share of struggles this year. Seth McLaughlin. Back up Bama 5 yards to the 50. Clock stop with 1:43 to go in the half.
Little half snap.
Now the clock's running again. 1:35 to go. Michigan with a 6-point lead. Set 1st and 15 for Bama. Milroe in a shotgun. Claps his hands, takes the snap, back to pass. Looking downfield, all kinds of time. He's going to take a shot deep, and Rod Moore is out there and breaks it up. Boy, Rod Moore in great position there to make a play on a football that was intended for Kendrick Law on a deep shot at the Michigan goal line, but it looked like Law gets more of a pass breakup than Rod Moore there.
Yeah, Rod Moore did a nice job, and here's the thing, Jalen Milroe, when they call a deep shot, it's like he's going for it no matter what. He had a couple of options on some shallower routes that might have put them, in a more advantageous position to convert on 2nd down. But it feels like, hey, if they call a deep shot, he's going to take it no matter what.
1:16 to go in the half. 2nd and 15 for Alabama. Milroe. Play action, back to pass again. Here comes a pass rush, and he's going to run, and he's got room. 45, 40, 35, and he's chopped down, but gets the first down. It was Rod Moore up from his safety spot. That's Jalen Milroe down to the 32-yard line.
Yeah, we took a chance there. We played man-to-man, which left him one-on-one there. So that's a tough job by our defense in that situation.
17 yards there, 1 minute to go. Clock running. Bama with Milroe, back to pass, fires over the middle. He's got his man at the 25-yard line. Michigan's defense closes quickly on Amari Nyblack, the tight end. And we get a whistle, and Bama takes a timeout with 48 seconds to go. Gain of, what was that, 5?
Yeah, it looks like it, 4. But, yeah, they're going to try and take a couple of quick shots and try and preserve as much clock as they possibly can, get up, get set. And here's where that extra point plays a role is, you'd like Michigan to be able to hold them to a field goal, possibly, get a sack, get them out of field goal range. But if Alabama were to score, they're going to go in possibly up 1 when Michigan has really dominated this first half. And it's really Michigan self-inflicted wounds have allowed Alabama their initial touchdown, but to be able to stay in the game.
I like the way the Wolverines are playing, but Bama with a chance here to cut into the Michigan lead with 49 seconds to go in the half. So they got 2 timeouts. Their kicker is very good. Will Reichert is the all-time career points leader in college football. He went through a stretch where he missed 3 of 6 late in the year, but he has a school record 8 field goals of beyond 50. If they don't gain in another yard, this one would be about 49. 2nd down and 5 for Bama. Back to pass is Milroe. Fires. He's got Isaiah Bond, and he's dropped for a 1-yard gain on a little wide receiver tunnel screen. Junior Colson was the man on the spot there. Clock running, 40 seconds to go. And Bama looking at a 3rd and a long 3.
That was a really nice open field tackle by Junior Colson. Not easy to do, especially with the hand wrapped up.
Surprised Bama didn't use a timeout. We're inside 30 seconds to go. 3rd and 3. Here comes the rush, and down goes Milroe. It was Derek Moore off the edge. And Milroe is dropped at the 34-yard line, which will either force a very long field goal or a 4th and 10. They mark it at the 32. So this is well within Reichert's range.
Yeah, I think Nick Saban's going to take the points.
He took a timeout with 8 seconds to go in the half.
For the possibility of taking the points.
If you're number 8 for the University of Michigan right now, you're balling, baby.
It's a good number to have on.
Hey, I love to see it.
Jason, of course, wearing the number 8 back in his day for people who don't know. And yeah, Tyler Morris with a touchdown, and now Derek Moore with a sack.
Michigan called their second charge timeout of the half. This will be a 30-second timeout.
Well, and
game clock
here's
operator,
the thing.
Please reset the game clock to 14.
It sounds like they're going to reset the game clock to 13 seconds. But they brought Mikey Sanders still on that, and it put the tackle in a position where you can only block 5 guys. They bring 6. The tackle, the right tackle, J.C. Latham, was put in a position to, am I going to take Mikey Sanders still, who's coming in the B gap, or I'm going to, block Derek Moore, who's coming outside. He tried to block both, ended up really not blocking either, but Jesse Minter's doing a great job of changing up looks and making it very hard for this Alabama offensive line to protect Milroe.
Burnip will hold, and Will Reichert, this is actually going to be right at the 40-yard line spotted. He is 3 for 3 from 50-plus this year, and I mentioned a school record, 8 50-yarders. This is from the left hash. Snap is good, and the kick from Reichert is on the way, and it is good. With 7 seconds to go in the half, Bama has drawn within a field goal, 13-10. Well, John and Jason, I have a trivia question for you guys. Last time Michigan played Bama was in the Citrus Bowl following the 2019 season, 5 years ago. Who was Michigan's leading receiver that day? And I'll give you a hint. He will have a jersey on today.
Who was the leading receiver that day?
He has a jersey on today.
He has a jersey on today.
5th-year senior?
I'm done with my hints, Jason. I gave you a hint.
Shoot. I don't know. Was it? Wasn't Samerstill?
Mikey Samerstill.
It was not Mikey Samerstill.
Or Junior Cornelius.
It was not Cornelius.
I don't know, Doug.
It was Giles Jackson, who will have his jersey on for Washington tonight against Texas, who is hurt, but I imagine he will have his jersey. Is it a bad question?
That's a bad question.
Yeah, I want to choke you right now.
Can we wait till after the game?
I'll hold it. I kind of knew something like that was coming when you said he'll have his jersey on today, and I thought, well, there's no NFL games on today, but...
Well, he's hurt and won't play for Washington, but I suspect he will be wearing his jersey on the sidelines, as injured players do. Kickoff into the end zone, and the ball will be brought out to the 25-yard line. And Michigan will go into the victory formation. We'll take this snap with 7 seconds to go in the half. As JJ takes the snap, takes a knee, and Michigan will head to the locker room. Overall, I would describe this as a positive first half for the Wolverines, leading 13-10. feels like it could and maybe should be more.
Yeah, and until that last completion there by Jalen Milroe, the Michigan, the discrepancy between yards was even greater. But right now it's 197 for Michigan, 96 for Alabama. Michigan has dominated the line of scrimmage. It's simply been self-inflicted wounds and mistakes that Michigan has made, whether it's Samaj Morgan, Max Bredesen with the penalty, the missed extra point. There, you could point to a number of different things where Michigan has prevented themselves from widening the gap against Alabama.
Wolverines lead at 13-10. As we go to the half here, Alabama will get the ball to start quarter number 3. Halftime, we'll have scores from other bowl games from around the country. Look ahead to the Texas-Washington second semifinal game for the Sugar Bowl. We'll get the thoughts of Jack Miller and Jason Avant here as we go to the break and what Jim Harbaugh's message to his team is in the halftime locker room. All that before we get the third quarter underway from here in Pasadena with the Wolverines leading in the first national semifinal here at the Rose Bowl, 13-10. You're Michigan football from Learfield.
For high school seniors, the matchup of the year isn't on the field. It's actually online. That's right. When you fill out the FAFSA, the free application for federal student aid, you could also be eligible for thousands of dollars in additional money from the Michigan Achievement Scholarship. Yep, nearly 80% of students who fill out the FAFSA may be eligible. Now that's a matchup we can all root for. Get started today at michigan.gov/achievement. The Michigan Achievement Scholarship. It's a game changer.
Your official home of the Maize and Blue, the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
This year, let Ford make the holidays bright. With a large inventory in stock, you can choose from a great selection of Ford trucks and SUVs, equipped with great technology and offer the comfort you need. And to really celebrate the holiday season, Ford has just announced Holiday Cash on select Ford vehicles. Returning AZ Plan Escape lessees can lease a 2023 Ford Escape Active all-wheel drive for $219 a month for 24 months, with $1,839 due at signing.
Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,000 holiday bonus cash, $750 holiday RCL cash, $3,500 trade assist, and $1,000 vehicle-specific renewal. Offer ends January 2nd, 2024. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply.
Happy holidays from your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Let's break down the first half of action. Welcome to the halftime show. Analysis, highlights, and stats are on the way. Now, here's your host, Rod Joyce.
Halftime from the Rose Bowl sees Michigan lead Alabama 13-10 as we look back at the opening 30 minutes with the highlights. Alabama won the toss, elected to defer. And on the first play from scrimmage, things got weird. Caleb Downs picked off J.J. McCarthy, but on a review, he was out of bounds when he jumped. Not when he caught it, but when he jumped. So that's an incomplete pass. Michigan avoids the disaster, winds up punting, and the defense came out right away and set the tone from the first play on their side.
Milroe takes the snap back to pass. Here comes the rush, and down he goes! Sacked! Braden McGregor drops Jalen Milroe for a huge loss on the first play of the game for the Crimson Tide.
2 plays later, another sack on third down would force Bama to punt, but then disaster would strike again, and this time Michigan would pay. Samaj Morgan fumbled the return. The Tide recovered. This time, no help by replay, and Alabama turns it into points.
Claps his hands, takes the snap, ball's on the ground, picks it up and hands it to McClellan, makes a man miss. He's in the clear, 20, 15, 10, 5, and touchdown Alabama. Fumbled snap, Milroe picked it up and handed it off to McClellan. And Alabama leads at 6-0.
A 34-yard rush to pay dirt by McClellan opens the scoring just over 5 minutes, and Wolverines with an early deficit would cross midfield and have a phenomenal answer on its third drive. First, a 21-yard Blake Corum run. A few plays later, Corum would then convert a 4th and 1 to push it inside the 35. A pass to Kalel Mullings for 19 enters the red zone, and that's Corum territory, but this time he did it the unconventional way for him.
10th play of the drive for Michigan. 2nd down and 4. JJ in a shotgun. Blake Corum in the backfield. JJ back to pass. Looking, he's got Corum in the flat. Blake's got it inside the 5 to the goal line. Touchdown, Wolverines. Blake Corum in the pass game wide open. JJ found him, and Michigan has responded.
Corum's first receiving score of the year ties it up, capping a 10-play, 75-yard response. End of one quarter at 7-7. Then points became awfully hard to come by. Teams trading punts into the second quarter, and that Michigan front dominant.
Michigan fans getting into it, making some noise. Tied at 7, early second quarter. Back to pass is Milroe. Here comes the blitz, and down he goes. Michael Barrett shot out of a cannon. Drops Jalen Milroe, the third sack of the game for the Michigan defense. Loss of 8. Second down and 18. Milroe back to pass. Here comes a pass rush again, and down he goes again. The Wolverines' fourth sack of the ball game.
They came all inside the opening 18 minutes, but Bama just as staunch on the other side of the ball. After the Corum touchdown, there were 5 straight punts until midway through the second. Michigan broke through. A flea flicker to Roman Wilson for 20 yards crosses midfield. Then an unlikely source would give the Wolverines their first lead.
Got 3 receivers split to the left, 1 to the right is Colston Loveland. JJ back to pass, looking, fires over the middle. He's got his man. That's Tyler Morris. First down. Tyler Morris down the sideline to the end zone. Tyler Morris is touchdown. He's in on 3rd and 10 on a crossing route to Tyler Morris, who was hurt in the pregame, and he just scored a 38-yard touchdown.
On 3rd and 10, Morris takes a crossing route, goes down the right sideline, makes a phenomenal effort to reach the ball across the plane. And for the first time, Michigan would lead today, though a botched snap on the extra point would make it a 13-7 game with 4:30 to halftime. And then this time Alabama would respond. A couple of passes and a Milroe scramble gets them into field goal range. Will Reichert kicks a 50-yard field goal in the final seconds of the quarter, and Michigan takes a 13-10 lead into the locker room. Alabama will get the ball to start the third. We'll take a timeout, come back, tell you what else is going on here on New Year's night around college football. We'll preview the second semifinal as well at the Sugar Bowl. It's after this as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Michigan, Alabama.
Corum breaks a tackle to the 10, to the 5, by Corum to the end zone.
This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Introducing Celsius, the essential energy you need to fuel your passion for Michigan football. Pop open a can of Celsius and experience better for you energy with 0 sugar and 7 essential vitamins, helping you keep up with every play and celebration. Whether you're here in the big house or cheering from your couch, Celsius will help keep you energized for every quarter. Celsius, essential energy to help you live fit. Go Blue. Find Celsius at a retailer near you or at Celsius.com.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup for the 2023-24 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite school or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. That's thedirectorscup.com and L Directors Cup on Twitter. Trophies will be awarded in June 2024 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Michigan. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of the University of Michigan and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the University of Michigan.
The field goal lead for the Maize and Blue. Michigan 13, Alabama 10 at the break. Time for another check of the out-of-town scoreboard. We are, of course, the first of 2 college football playoff games here tonight. The second semifinal will take place around 8:45 with the Sugar Bowl pitting Washington against Texas. The Huskies enter as 13-0 Pac-12 champions, but it hasn't been easy. 4 straight wins by a single score, including each of the last 3 victories by a field goal or less. First playoff appearance since 2016 for the Huskies, and head coach Kalen DeBoer says no reason to play nervous.
Our team knows that our number one ask is to bring their best energy, attitude, and effort every single day. And when they do that, the work gets done. And when they work to be their best, that's what we're going to do, is we're going to live with the results. And it allows them to play free. It allows them to play, fast and enjoy the moments that we're in, whether it's during the week of prep or on game day. And that's really the recipe. You can't sit and have regrets. So making sure that everything you're doing, you're intentional with your preparation and your focus on the details.
On the other sideline will actually be a former Washington head coach and Steve Sarkisian, who spent 4 years in Seattle before leaving in 2014. And now in his third year at Texas, Sarkisian says tonight is a culmination of what he and his staff have tried to build since arriving in Austin.
When you take over a program, you're trying to figure out where are your issues? What are the issues? And I don't think anybody ever felt like our issue was lack of talent or lack of resources. And so where's the issue? And sometimes it takes a minute to figure that out. And I just felt like culturally, we needed to get better. We needed to get more connected. We needed to get more vulnerable. We needed to get honest with one another so that we played more for one another than playing for ourselves.
Earlier today, a couple of Big Ten teams finished up their seasons. Iowa pounded by Tennessee in the Citrus Bowl, 35-0 balls. Hawkeyes finish up the year at 10-4 overall, while Wisconsin led LSU for about 50 of the opening 57 minutes in the ReliaQuest Bowl down in Tampa. Unfortunately, it was the Tigers who got the last laugh late.
Now they'll have 3 wide to the right. Snap back. Nussmeier. Quick fire. Thomas at the goal line makes the catch. He's in. Touchdown. Fighting Tigers. Caught it right at the white stripe. Made the grab. Snuck the ball over the line. And the Tigers have their first lead of the day. 34-31 with a point after upcoming.
Chris Blair on the LSU Sports Radio Network. Tigers took their first lead with 3 minutes left. It was enough for a 35-31 victory over Wisconsin. Badgers and Luke Fickell's first year at 7-6, so it puts the Big Ten's bowl record at 4 wins and 4 losses. Then one other game today, the Fiesta Bowl, saw Liberty score on the opening possession of the game against Oregon. Unfortunately for the Flames, there were still 57 minutes to play.
So 2 receivers each way. Bucky in the backfield with Bo. 8 seconds remaining. They're coming after snap. Steps up, throws, end zone, caught, touchdown. Trayshawn Holden with his 7th touchdown reception of the year.
Jerry Allen from Learfield. The Ducks scored the final 45 points of the game. Bo Nix throws for 5 touchdowns. Oregon throttles Liberty 45-6. Again, in our game, 30 minutes complete. It's Michigan 13, Alabama 10. Brian Bush, Jason Avant, and Jack Miller will break down the first half when we return as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
No matter where you're headed, Citgo is a good place to start. Whether you're off to a campground or a campus tailgate, Club Citgo saves you 3 cents off every gallon every day. Plus 5 cents off on Fridays and 9 cents on Tuesdays once per month. And first-time Club Citgo users get an extra 20 cents off every gallon on their first purchase. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. Download the Club Citgo app today. Savings good up to 30 gallons only at participating locations. Data rates may apply.
More from the college football playoff is a minute away, right here on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Ready to tackle staffing challenges? Team up with DQS Solutions in Staffing, an official staffing sponsor of Michigan Athletics. Backed by experts in automotive, manufacturing, and logistics, we'll help you with staffing and so much more. Elevate your business with top-tier security services, janitorial solutions, and even employee food trucks. We're here to help your business succeed. Looking for a job? Count on us for that too. Connect at dqstaff.com or call 1-833-FOR-DQS1. Let's get to work.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
(13-10) the halftime score here at the Rose Bowl. Wolverines leading Alabama, winner to the national championship game. Brian Bush, Jason Avant, and Jack Miller back here on the halftime show. Guys, to me, the thing that has really jumped off the screen, jumped off the field so far today, Michigan with 5 sacks. It has helped the Wolverines defense force Alabama into 4 3-and-outs, which matches a high watermark for Alabama so far this season. Jason, what have you seen from that really impressive-looking Michigan pass rush?
Well, we're beating them in one-on-one situations. Can you guys hear me?
Yep,
yeah.
We got you.
So we're beating them in one-on-one situations up front. But the other thing, Jesse Minter is doing a great job with confusing. He is adding a rusher. He's taking the defensive line out. He's bringing a safety. He brought a corner in Will Johnson. He's brought Sam Steele. It's so confusing for that line up front. And Alabama hadn't faced this type of complexity up front this entire year. So Jesse Minter is calling a great game. And guess what? We can beat these guys one-on-one. So you add the complexity of the blitzes and also the scheme with being better up front than they are, it leads to 5 sacks.
Yeah, that's well put, Jason. I agree. I think up front we're winning one-on-one battles. We're playing a more physical brand of football, not just on the defensive line. Our offensive line is dominating the line of scrimmage too. But yeah, credit Jesse Minter. He's had a great game plan. I don't think it's been anything all that exotic. It's just been confusing. It's been hard to know where and when the blitz is going to come, where it's going to land, and who's going to shoot through. But even when that's not happening, we're having plenty of success just beating and winning those one-on-one matchups. Has led to some great defense so far.
And guys, offensively for Michigan, I mean, J.J. McCarthy has a solid-looking line, 9 of 14, 115 yards, 2 touchdowns, yet it feels like Michigan's running game has had at least more success play-to-play. Jason, what have you seen offensively?
Yeah, we're starting to take control of the line of scrimmage, and what's helping, again, it's a great game plan. When you move JJ as much as you are, now the run and the pass kind of looks alike, and therefore you're able to create some lanes. And also, our offensive line are moving them up front. You can tell with that 4th and 1 conversion, we got 4 yards on a play that should usually get a yard or 2. So we're able to push these guys back, and you can just tell by the excitement and the enthusiasm that we're running around with on the sideline and also on the field. These guys are just up for this game. Talk about hitting, talk about, Max Bredesen finishing the guy. Michigan feels like they're the more physical team offensively and defensively, especially being down here on the sideline. You can sense that.
Yeah, it doesn't just feel like it, Jason. They are, and they're showing that. They're moving guys around on the line of scrimmage on both sides. They have an attitude about them today. You can tell when they've run off the field after certain drives. They are not only are they not intimidated, they know they're the tougher team. They're going to try to play bully ball. They're going to keep trying to push these guys around. We've seen it throughout that with the line of scrimmage. We've seen it, the physical nature, the way they're tackling on defense, the way those safeties are coming downhill, special teams, big hits. They're out for blood. They're playing a very aggressive style of football right now.
As we get into our halftime adjustment today, brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Guys, Michigan, they're almost doubling up Alabama in terms of yardage. We talked about the 3-and-outs that Michigan's defense has been able to come up with, 5 sacks, yet it's just a 3-point ball game, and Alabama will get the football to start the second half. There have just been a few mistakes. The fumble by Samaj Morgan, the missed extra point, really no chance at the extra point, never even got it off. And J.J. McCarthy very close to throwing an interception on the first play of this game. Jason, how do the Wolverines clean some of those things up and try to bring this one home?
Yeah, they have to calm down. In certain situations, like Alabama's used to being in this game, and Michigan has the last few years, but they're used to playing more big games in comparison to Michigan. So being in this atmosphere is nothing new. Michigan is still adjusting to that when it comes to Samaj Morgan and a lot of these guys that are out here. The one thing I will say, the reason for a lot of the stats is because Michigan has lost the field position battle pretty much the entire game. Most of their drives have started inside the 20 or definitely inside the 30. Alabama has started on their 30 or 40, and our defense has stopped them multiple times. So when you consider that, we're playing really well. We turned the ball over. We've had a lot of mistakes, and they're beating us in the field position, and we're still winning.
Yeah, just clean it up. Settle down. You know you're the tougher team. You know you got a great game plan. I think in the first few minutes of any ball game, you know who you're matched up against. It's either, oh boy, some of the worst thoughts we had about this team are true, or we're in a better spot than we might have thought we've been. I think that's what was happening early in this game. Just settle down. Just continue to execute. Play your game. If we knew we were going to be up at half, we like that. We're a second-half team. We're built for this. I think this team, that's the trade-off. You come out a little jittery and all fired up. You just got to settle into the game, keep going with the game plan, keep playing your brand of football. We'll come out on top.
Today's halftime adjustment brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Guys, shadows have cascaded over the entirety of the field. It's 13-10 Michigan at the half. Winner goes to the national championship game. Oh, man, Jason, Jack, this is great, isn't it?
Oh, this is a great experience for these players, but for our fans, seeing how well we're playing in situations right now. This is a great game for the University of Michigan. I'm looking forward to the second half.
Yeah, awesome. Thrilled to be here. The Michigan fans deserve a lot of credit. They've made this almost a home game for us here, and it's picturesque. You got 30 minutes of football to go send it to the national title. Where else would you rather be?
Get it done. We'll have more from Jack Miller during the SeatGeek postgame show. Jason Avant continues his reporting from the field as we continue in the second half. But first, let's pause 10 seconds to allow our network stations to identify themselves as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield. Once again, our halftime score, Michigan 13, Alabama 10. The winner will take on either Washington or Texas in next Monday's national championship game. Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant bring you the second half. When we continue, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
For over a century, Michigan Medicine has been on a mission to bring Michigan answers to patients and families across Michigan and beyond. It's why University of Michigan Health is honored to have been named Michigan's #1 hospital once again by U.S. News & World Report, and to have been named year after year to the prestigious honor roll of the nation's top hospitals. If you need a Michigan answer in your life, think Michigan Medicine and visit michigananswers.com.
Today's game is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Protect your home and auto. Save when you bundle. Get a quote at progressive.com. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
It's the final days of Toyotathon. Celebrate this year-end event in an adventurous new Toyota. With more all-wheel drive choices than anyone else, including America's best-selling car, Toyota Camry. Now through January 2nd, Toyota is offering $1,000 APR cash on any new gas-powered 2024 Camry when financed with approved credit through TFS. Plus, every new Toyota comes with 2 years no-cost maintenance. Get details at buyatoyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, Go Blue Podcast with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search Go Blue Podcast with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's Go Blue Podcast with John Jansen.
The second half of the Rose Bowl is moments away. Now let's rejoin the voices of Michigan football, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
Jason Avant down on the field, and Michigan leading here at halftime, 13-10. Alabama will get the ball to start the third quarter. Let's go down to the field. Jason Avant, what was the message from Jim Harbaugh to his team in the halftime locker room?
For the offense, let's insert our will on them. Let's lean and control the line of scrimmage. We can run the ball inside against this team. Eventually, the 3 and 4 yards are going to turn into 6 and 7. Let's be patient with the crossing routes. Work hard and pass pro. On the defensive side, let's keep pressuring Milroe. Don't give up an inch on the line. Keep Milroe contained, collapse the pocket, and tackle in the open field. And as far as the team, leave it all on the field for 30 minutes. We've come too far and strained too much, to come up short in this game. So we have to stay together. So that was the message for Coach Harbaugh.
Well, they've done a great job of that all season long, and some pretty shocking first half numbers. Michigan basically doubling up Alabama on almost every front. 9 first downs to 5, 82 rush yards to 43, 115 pass yards to 53. Total yards, Michigan 197 to Alabama's 96 total yards in the first half. But the big number might be that one turnover Michigan committed. And we heard Jim Harbaugh talk in the pregame show about what their record was at Michigan, what his record at Michigan was when they won the turnover battle. It's 48-2 is the official number. But when Michigan loses the turnover battle, 15-18 under Jim Harbaugh. Now when tied, they're 24-5.
Yeah, I mean, the turnover margin is always a great indicator of who's going to win the game. You don't even have to see the results but you can look at the turnover margin and find out who won the game. This is an opportunity for Michigan. Right now, coming out, they are kicking off to Alabama. That offensive line for Alabama has got a lot of questions. They've got a lot of doubt running around in between the ears right now. And for Jesse Minter to come out, for this defensive front seven to come out, you've got to continue that pressure on Jalen Milroe.
Kendrick Law is deep for Bama, and he brought the last one out and got drilled when he got to the 15-yard line. He doesn't stop this one, but he only gets to the 12 before he's undercut and dropped and spotted at the 14-yard line. I believe it was Jermon Green, the man that came up with the special teams tackle there, and Bama will start with poor field position once again.
Yeah, you got to love a guy that wants to make something happen, but it comes down to decisions, and it's not a great decision if you can only get out to about the 14-yard line. That's 11 that you've left out there if you just fair catch it or let that ball go into the end zone.
So Bama from the 14-yard line with Jalen Milroe, who's 5 of 8 through the air, 53 yards. But running the football because of the sack yardage held to -2 yards in the first half. Wolverine defense with 5 sacks. And I'm sure Tommy Rees will try and scheme something up, the Bama offensive coordinator, and Milroe throws it quickly out of the backfield to Jam Miller, RB3 for Alabama. And he gets it out to the 21-yard line, a gain of 2 before he's dropped right there by Jalen Harrell.
Well, I mentioned the between the ears for that offensive line for Alabama, and for Tommy Rees, it's going to be ball in the hands of Jalen Milroe and out as quickly as possible so that they could try and build a little confidence up front in terms of protection.
2nd down and 8 for Bama. Ball on their own 16-yard line, 3 receivers split to the left. They go inside handoff to Jam Miller, and he's got room across the 25 out near the 26-yard line before he's dropped by Rod Moore. Leading the Michigan tacklers. Move the chains, however. Good gain there for Jam Miller.
Got to stay disciplined up front. You don't want to over-pursue, be too aggressive. Everybody wants to make a play. Everybody wants to have their name and lights coming out of the Rose Bowl, but you've got to be able to hold your position and be disciplined.
Stand corrected. That was Justice Haynes, the freshman out of Buford, Georgia. 1st and 10 Bama on their own 25-yard line. They give it to Haynes again. No play action. Back to pass is Milroe. Here comes the pass rush. He bails out of there and fires it to the sideline. Incomplete. Play action fake by Milroe. Fake me out, but not the Michigan pass rush. It was quickly in his lap. That pass incomplete on the Bama sideline at about the 32-yard line. Josh Wallace in coverage. Might have got a hand on it.
Nice job by Makari Page, Rod Moore, the secondary of Michigan, being disciplined, staying in their zones, following everybody through, making sure that there's no easy outlet for Jalen Milroe.
2nd down and 10 for Bama from the 25-yard line. Milroe in a shotgun. Bama pointing out some Michigan defenders shifting around. Late in the play clock, got to get the snap off. They do. Hand off to Haynes up the middle. Going to bounce it outside to the 30. Splits a pair of defenders and dives forward, I believe, for the first down out at the 36-yard line. Well, they decided to go with the true freshman here in the second half, and he's given them a couple good runs. Move the chains again for Bama out to the 36-yard line.
Yeah, and he's got a good feel right now. Michigan, I mentioned, you can't over-pursue. Both of those first down runs have been cut back. They've been good at the point of attack, but you've got to be able to be disciplined backside so you can prevent that cutback.
Makari Page leading the Michigan tacklers on that play. 1st and 10, Milroe with a quick wide receiver screen to Bond. 40, 45, and dropped at the 45-yard line. Again, Makari Page in there for Michigan. Isaiah Bond with a gain of 8 on first down with a wide receiver screen.
Quick hitters. In terms of the pass game, we saw it early on in this drive, ball in the hands and out of the hands of Jalen Milroe, and then attacking the edges.
Bama goes quickly. Milroe takes the snap, hands it off to McClellan, tries to bounce it outside. Mikey Samristel can't bring him down. First down as he gets to the 50 into Michigan territory before Samristel finally wrangles him out of bounds at the Michigan 46-yard line along the far sideline in front of the Bama bench. Move the chains again for Bama.
It's actually a really nice play by Mikey Samristel. He knows there's nobody behind him, and if he dives and misses on that tackle, Jason McClellan's going to end up in the end zone.
Looked like he might have had McClellan at the line of scrimmage, but you're right. If he doesn't make that tackle, McClellan might go to the house. Ball in the right hash now, 1st and 10 for Bama. They've moved inside of Michigan territory. 12 minutes to go in the third quarter. Michigan up 13-10. Bad snap. It's on the ground. Milroe's back there, and he's going to fall on it at the 39-yard line. John, we've talked about Seth McLaughlin and the problems he's had, and that's another bad snap and a big-time loss for Alabama.
Yeah, I mean, so many of these kids come out of high school, and all they do is shotgun snap, so it's surprising when that's what you've done your entire life that you would struggle throughout the course of a college football season by being able to get the ball back to the quarterback. There wasn't even anybody lined up head up on top of McLaughlin.
That's a loss of 14. Second down and 24 back at the Michigan 40. Alabama goes 4 wide, 3 to the left, 1 to the right. Milroe takes a snap, another bad snap, and he has to fall on it, and the Wolverines bring him down. John, it's been a disaster in QB center exchange here. Josiah Stewart's going to get credited with what is now the 7th Michigan snap, and we see on the replay, Milroe is looking frustrated.
Well, and I tell you what, I would line up, that was Cam Good on top of the center that time. I would line up somebody head up on top of McLaughlin every single play to put pressure on him. If he can't snap it with anybody, with no one on top of him, he sure isn't going to be able to do it and block someone.
Well, this is a team that converted a 4th and goal from the 31, and they're looking at 3rd and 29. Milroe's going to hand it off to McClellan up the middle to the 40, and he's stacked up and dropped right there at the 41. The Michigan defense will force an Alabama punt, and Alabama implodes on what was a promising drive to open up the second half with the Crimson Tide. And with 10:26 to go in the game, Michigan will get the football back.
Boy, it sure was, man.
Third quarter, not the game, third quarter.
They were picking up first downs, those cutback runs, quick passes. They found a rhythm offensively, something that worked for them, but then those miscues on the snaps, boy, that really hurt them.
Burnham standing on his own 27-yard line. Samaj Morgan on his own 9. Good snap. Puts his right foot into it, and one of the nation's best punter booms off a rocket. He'll be fielded at the 5 by Samaj. Up the middle to the 10, spins out of 1 tackle, and then gets drilled at the 13-yard line, and that's where Michigan will take over. The Wolverines leading at 13-10 with 9:48 to go in the third quarter. That's a 53-yard punt and a 7-yard return. And we'll take a break here early in the second half. Wolverines on top by 3. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Fresh powder and still forests. The paradise of winter in northern Michigan is more than snowshoeing a new trail or ice skating under the stars. More than rolling vineyards draped in white, cross-country skiing, or the inviting warmth of the spa. More than a day of shopping or a night of chance at the casino. It's having all those at your fingertips. You won't believe it if you haven't seen it. Get up and go at GrandTraverseResort.com.
Michigan Athletics and Founders Brewing Company are teaming up for an exciting social media series this season. In the Vault, we'll recount classic Michigan moments from teams across the athletics campus using archived footage, broadcasts, and images. Stay tuned to the Wolverines' social media platforms this season to catch episodes of In the Vault, presented by Founders Brewing Company. Founders, born and brewed in Michigan.
Some things are just made for each other. Chips and dip, socks and shoes, ultimate bundle, super fast WOW internet, and an amazing live TV experience from YouTube TV. Watch 100 plus channels, live sports, and unlimited DVR space included. For a limited time, get super fast internet and YouTube TV starting at just $82.98 per month. Sign up for our fastest speed and get $300 on us. Wow. Limited to new customers with auto pay and paperless billing. Subject to change. Terms and fees apply. Additional YouTube TV terms and conditions apply.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com for Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
Michigan leading 13-10, and with the football with 9:48 to go in the third quarter, our coverage is brought to you by University of Michigan Health. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To learn more about Michigan's best hospital, visit michigananswers.com. Wolverines with a chance to create some separation. They did take one snap with the football in the lead, but that was the kneel down at the end of the second quarter, and Michigan, the third quarter, has been, well, it's been dominant for the Wolverines this year, outscoring opponents 143-21. Defense got to stop. Now the offense has the football back. but a lot of football field in front of them from their own 13-yard line. JJ in a shotgun with the ball on the left hash. Blake Corum standing on his own 5. They'll go handoff Corum up the middle, and not much there as he's met at the line of scrimmage. Might have been dropped for a short loss as Bama's defensive front gets the job done there. No gain. Caleb Downs and Tim Keenan combined on the tackle. Downs coming up from his safety spot.
Alabama's starting to move everybody up front. They're starting to stunt, slant, move bodies. They're not going to play straight up against this Michigan front. And when that happens, you got to be really disciplined in your footwork. You cross over, and you have no chance of blocking anybody that's pinching across your face.
Donovan Edwards in the Michigan backfield here on 2nd down and 10. JJ claps his hands. Toss sweep to Edwards running left. Can he turn the corner? Gets tripped up as he gets to the 15-yard line. Good pursuit there from Bama. Short gain for Donovan Edwards. Deontay Lawson, the linebacker, getting the job done.
Well, they pulled a Darius Henderson out to the outside there, trying to get a big body on a little body, and he just needs to peek inside and stay inside just a touch longer, because that's where all of the help is coming from. Deontay Lawson coming from that inside linebacker position.
Bama fans trying to get into it. It's 3rd and 9 for Michigan. 3 receivers split to the right. JJ in a shotgun. Ball on Michigan's 13-yard line. Claps his hands. Back to pass is JJ. Now he's going to bail out of there to the right, looking downfield. JJ thinking about running. Now he fires late, and it's caught right in front of the Michigan bench on the near sideline. They're going to say out of bounds. Cornelius Johnson was the man that laid out for that one. We'll wait a replay to see if we can figure this one out. But if the call stands, Michigan will go 3 and out on their first possession of the second half.
So nice awareness of JJ getting outside and trying to extend the play. Better decision this time.
This one might be worth a look.
Yeah, I think they are. We hear the whistle. They're going to take a look.
Yeah, I like it. This is going to be awfully close. Cornelius has a foot down as we look at the replay. I don't know.
I think he's in. I think he's dragging that foot.
If it's going to be, can they determine that the foot was definitely down?
Oh, yeah.
You think it's pretty clear?
Oh, yeah, it's pretty clear. The toe is bending backwards.
Look at this. Yeah, he's got the ball secured.
Oh, yeah.
That looks like his foot's down. And this would be good for a Michigan first down.
First down.
Jason, did you have a view of that one at all?
I'm right in front of it, but these guys are so tall I can't see in this situation. So
fair enough.
We get you a box to stand on if you need to.
I'm definitely standing on the box right now.
Are you on a Gatorade cooler?
I am.
It's dangerous now. Those could be a little tipsy.
Well, yeah, I have to be an athlete.
The receiver completes the process of the catch with the left foot in bounds. It's first down, Michigan.
Good call, John Jansen. Move the chains for the Wolverines as Cornelius Johnson makes one heck of a catch on the sidelines.
Oh, it was a great catch and a great throw and a nice job by JJ. Hey, there are times where he's going to have to make plays with his feet in the run game. There are other times where he's going to have to make plays by just extending the play. We've seen him do it all year and then make an accurate throw, and he was able to do it on that one.
Ball on the 26-yard line. Wolverines with 3 receivers split to the left. Blake Corum in the backfield. 1st and 10 for Michigan, leading 13-10, third quarter. JJ takes the snap. Handoff, Blake Corum up the middle, powers behind his offensive line, and they push the Bama defense back, blocking sled style, and give Blake 3 yards on first down out to the 29-yard line.
And I'll take 3 yards on that one every single time. I mentioned it before. Even if Alabama knows the play action is coming next, it's really hard for those linebackers not to bite on that run flake because Blake Corum, we've seen it already. He'll make guys miss in a hole, and now all of a sudden you leave yourself vulnerable. So it's a catch-22 for those linebackers.
Alex Orji in the game for Michigan at quarterback. On 2nd down and 7. Orji takes the snap and drops back to pass, looking downfield, and he's got nowhere to go with it. Chased to the near sideline and knocked out of bounds right around the line of scrimmage. They were trying to get, it looked like Kalel Mullings loose deep, but Alabama's secondary didn't fall for it. Dallas Turner credited with the tackle. A short loss for Alex Orji. You mentioned it. At some point, he's going to throw the ball, and he faked the QB draw, rolled to the right, and nothing there.
I think if he takes one more step on that fake, he's able to draw up that linebacker and then able to make the throw. I don't think he sold it like he needed to.
Here we go, money down, 3rd and 9 for Michigan's offense. 6:52 to go in the third quarter. Wolverines up 3. JJ takes the snap, back to pass, steps up in the pocket, fires crossing route. He's got Tyler Morris, who falls down, making the catch just shy of the first down. They will mark it at the 34-yard line. He had to get to the 36.
He just runs a little stick route, does a nice job of working his defender up the field, leveling it off, catches it right where he's supposed to, about 2 yards shy of the sticks, and if that ball is accurate, if it's on his number, he's got some room to run.
And he would have had the first down easily.
At a minimum.
4th and 2. Tommy Doman deep to punt for Michigan. He's put one inside the opposing team's 12 for 5 straight games. It'll be a good time to do that. Doman's got the snap. Gets off a good punt, and it's Downs backing up. Fair catch now, singled for and made at the 20-yard line. Tommy Doman flips the field to a degree, and Michigan will send the defense out with a 3-point lead, 13-10, with 5:58 to go here in quarter number 3. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Touchdown! From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Back to Pasadena after this word from your local station. Here on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Win with UMCU. Score a financial touchdown with the University of Michigan Credit Union's Go Blue checking account and get your exclusive Block M debit card for the extra point. UMCU's Go Blue checking account comes with no minimum balance, no hidden fees, and with the Block M debit card, you can show off your maize and blue wherever you go. Join today, Michigan fans. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. UMCU is insured by NCUA.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with the bold design and amazing strength of the Chevy Silverado. With 9 models to choose from, Silverado is the perfect tool for all your jobs. If life takes you off-road, there's the first ever ZR2 Silverado. Add in features like the available multi-flex tailgate or 8 available cameras, and you'll be Silverado strong whatever road you travel. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
We expected a low-scoring affair, and that's what we've got here. 5:58 to go in the third quarter. Michigan leading Alabama 13-10 here at the Rose Bowl. Bama's got the football back at their own 21-yard line when play resumes. Today's broadcast is brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Yeah, the story so far today has been the front seven for Michigan. Being able to pressure Jalen Milroe, come up with some big plays, and honestly, it's some of it's been defensive performance. Other has been just Seth McLaughlin, the center for Alabama, is struggling, one to block, but also to get the ball back to his quarterback.
Yeah, Jalen Milroe's a negative rushing yards. Michigan's defense all year long allowed only 190 yards against the scramble. When a quarterback had to improvise, only 190 all year. Milroe had 155 yards rushing against LSU alone. Now, some of that obviously is designed QB runs, but this was one of those matchups of what was going to break, and Milroe's rush yards have been hurt by bad snaps. There's been at least 4 of them, and that's another underlying story of this game.
Yeah, and it's 5 sacks, 8 tackles for loss. It's just been, Michigan's been living in the backfield. And again, some due to just winning matchups, others due to the mistakes of Alabama.
Interesting, Alabama goes back to Jace McClellan after Justice Haynes, the freshman, gave him some juice on their opening possession of the second half. From the 21-yard line, McClellan in the backfield off the right hip of Jalen Milroe with 3 receivers split to the right. Milroe, handoff to McClellan up the middle, and he gets it across the 20 out to the 23-yard line where Mason Graham wrangles him to the ground. A short gain on first down for Jace McClellan.
Trying to sell Michigan on the wide receiver screen. They got trips right, Michigan had obviously two defenders out there. Mikey Samerstill did a nice job, and the interior of Michigan's defense did a nice job of being disciplined.
2nd down and 7 for Bama. Handoff to McClellan again, and he's hit as he gets to the hole at the 25. Fights his way out to the 27 for another short gain on 2nd down.
Interesting. Alabama went same formation. I thought they might try something different out of it. Now they're going to sub running backs.
Yeah, McClellan out and Jam Miller comes into the game, and he'll split out wide to the right. They're going to go empty backfield for now. 3 receivers split to the left, 2 to the right. Jalen Milroe wants the QB run on 3rd down and a long 4. Now they'll move Jam Miller into the backfield. Crowd getting into it. Big play here. Bama back to passes. Milroe fires to Miller out of the backfield. Incomplete. Just overthrew his running back. Jam Miller coming out of the backfield into the right flat. And Bama goes 3 and out for a season-high 5th time this year.
Yeah, and it's quick decisions by Jalen Milroe. You want to force those ball in and out of his hand, or it's making him stand in the pocket and go through his progressions. Either one of those is been an advantage to Michigan right now.
Burnip on to punt. Again, that was the 5th time they've gone 3 and out in this game. That is a season-high this year. Burnip standing inside his 15. Has the snap and punts it away to Samaj Morgan, who's backing up inside his 20, signals for a fair catch, and then lets it hit. And it's going to roll inside the 15 down to about the 10-yard line, and that's where Bama will down it. Well, that was a little scary.
Yeah.
I think if they happen to open up a bit of a lead here, maybe Jake Thaw might be a little bit more of a sure thing back there. He's been very good at catching punts this year, but Michigan will take over on their own 11-yard line with a 3-point lead here in Pasadena with 4:41 to go 3rd quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Imagine this, a day filled with indulgence, bursting with excitement, and packed with extraordinary moments that build memories to last a lifetime. Win big, relax oh so comfortably, then have an unforgettable dining experience at the world-famous Roots Chris Steakhouse. It's your getaway reimagined at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
For over a century, Michigan Medicine has been on a mission to bring Michigan answers to patients and families across Michigan and beyond. It's why University of Michigan Health is honored to have been named Michigan's #1 hospital once again by U.S. News & World Report, and to have been named year after year to the prestigious honor roll of the nation's top hospitals. If you need a Michigan answer in your life, think Michigan Medicine and visit michigananswers.com.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup for the 2023-24 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite school or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. That's thedirectorscup.com and L Directors Cup on Twitter. Trophies will be awarded in June 2024 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
A spot in the national championship game is on the line. We're live at the Rose Bowl for the college football playoff semifinal.
Well, the defenses have dominated the day. Michigan with 2 touchdown drives, but a missed extra point gives them their 13. Alabama's only touchdown drive, they took over in Michigan territory after a fumble punt. The Wolverines have it backed up on their own 11 here. No huge surprise given Michigan's defense. Been dominant all season long. Alabama under Kevin Steele, a second stint with Bama. 5 all-SEC first-teamers on that Bama defense. Blake Corum in the backfield, shotgun with 4 receivers split out wide for J.J. McCarthy. 1st and 10 Michigan, takes the snap back to pass as J.J. fires over the middle, looking for Colston Loveland. Incomplete. Check that, A.J. Barner. Caleb Downs up from his safety spot, and Barner's looking for a flag. He thought Downs arrived early and wrapped him up early, but it goes incomplete.
That was a quick pass. If he's able to hold onto that ball just a little bit longer, I think he had Roman Wilson down the field, but I know that they wanted to be able to pick up a few yardage real quick. But this offensive line, to me, has played much better in pass protection than I felt that they would.
Bama has 2 edge rushers, first and second in the SEC in QB pressures, Braswell and Turner. I haven't said the name Chris Braswell all day. Hand off Donovan Edwards up the middle on a draw play, and he gets what he can out to about the 13-yard line. And that's where he is dropped. And now we get some extracurriculars between Terrion Arnold and Darius Clemens. And the Michigan bench is going crazy thinking that Arnold took a cheap shot. And you can maybe hear the boos from the Michigan fans. It happened right in front of the Michigan bench.
Well, Darius Clemens was blocking 45, 50 yards downfield, which I love. But you also got to take some retaliation at the same time. So, hey.
So 3rd and 9 for Michigan. JJ in a shotgun. 3 receivers in a bunch formation out to the left. Now they bring Roman Wilson in motion. JJ back to pass, fires crossing route, incomplete. Looking for Samaj Morgan at the 22-yard line. Ball out in front of him just a little too much. Let him a little too much, and Michigan goes 3 and out.
It almost looked like Samaj was kind of surprised that the ball was there. And I don't know if that ball was just had too much heat behind it, because it seemed to hit him in the hands.
I don't know that he... Yeah, I might be wrong on that. That looked like it was catchable.
It definitely was a catchable ball. He has to be prepared for it no matter what the quarterback throws. JJ can take a little bit off in that situation, knowing at him.
Tommy Tillman standing in his own end zone. Snap is clean. Tommy Tillman puts his right foot into it and gets off a low-line drive. It's going to land in front of Downs, pop straight up in the air and out of bounds right in front of the Bama bench on the far side. Inside of Bama territory, but just barely. I think they're going to mark it at the 45-yard line. So Bama successfully gets the 3 and out and has pretty decent field position, trailing this one 13-10. A 43-yard punt from Tommy Dillman, no return.
Yeah, it's up to the defense to get the momentum back, set the tone yet again, which they've been able to do throughout the first part of this game.
Well, the Michigan defense has played outstanding. And you got to credit Jesse Minter against this Bama offense and the weapon that is Jalen Milroe. But we thought they might be able to get pressure up the middle, and they have. We thought QB center exchange problems could be part of this game, and it has been. The Bama wide receivers have made very, very little impact. They got something going on the ground with Justice Haynes, but we haven't seen him since those 2 first down runs.
Yeah, the 2 cutbacks that he had in that first possession here of the second half. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit more of Justice Haynes. In fact, I'd be more surprised not to see him, because he's been the only part of this Alabama offense that's had some sort of repeatable success.
Got a timeout on the field. 3:44 to go here in the third quarter. Michigan on top 13-10. You're in the granddaddy of them all. And John, we are now looking out from our broadcast position and looking to the east and seeing the San Gabriel Mountains. The entire stadium now is dark and the lights just went out. Oh, because they're playing Mr. Brightside and they're putting on a light show. That gets the Michigan fans into it.
Yeah.
But off in the distance, the sun is setting on the San Gabriel Mountains. And I think if you're a Michigan fan, you've seen this scene on TV over the years, and it's just as advertised.
It's spectacular, and the air is clear. There's not a cloud in the sky right now. It couldn't be a better setting. And everybody talks about the Rose Bowl, the granddaddy of them all. This is part of what makes it so special, is the setting that it's in, the fact that it is, hey, it's 2 o'clock Pacific time every year. It doesn't matter. It doesn't move. It's just like the game for Michigan and Ohio State. It's the last game of the year. It's at noon. It's not going to change. At least hopefully it doesn't anytime soon, but this is an unbelievable experience. And now you get Mr. Brightside on top of it. Wolverine fans are loving it.
And the Wolverine fans have turned out in numbers. We've got it at about, this stadium we would estimate about 2/3 full of Michigan fans.
We've got people in every section. It doesn't matter how red or whatever color they're calling that. We've got maize and blue sprinkled throughout. And then obviously on the home side here, it's all maize and blue.
Michigan football is sponsored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Whole health includes body and mind, and Blue Cross covers it all, from mental health resources to exercise routines. Blue Cross is ready to help. Learn more at bcbsm.com. From the 45-yard line, 1st and 10 for Alabama. Out of the timeout, Jalen Milroe, quarterback keeper, running left, and he's got some room. 45, 50 into Michigan territory, and he's drilled as he gets to the Michigan 46-yard line. Up from a safety spot, Makari Page laid the lumber. Gain of 9, however, for Jalen Milroe.
Yeah, successful play for him. They brought everybody in tight and just basically told Jalen Milroe, hey, we want you to fake it, but we just want you to outrun everybody until you get to that second level, which is what he did.
2nd down and 1. Look for Bama to perhaps take a shot here. Milroe in a shotgun. Takes the snap, hands it off, and bouncing it outside is his running back. That's Jam Miller, and he steps out of bounds. Checked out, it was Justice Haynes again, the freshman. He's got a 1st down inside the Michigan 40-yard line, down at the 38, and Bama's now in field goal territory, trailing by 3.
I tell you what, Kendrick Law, one of their wide receivers, did a really nice job of stalking Braden McGregor and pinning him inside, which allowed them to get to the edge.
1st and 10 for the Michigan 38. 2:44 to go, 3rd quarter. Jalen Milroe takes the snap, play action, back to pass. Here comes the Michigan pass rush. Milroe gets out of it. Then to the 45, now the 35, and inside the Michigan 30, and down he goes. That is vintage Jalen Milroe. Again, the Michigan pass rush in his lap, and he pulls off a Houdini act to get out of there. Cam Good was in there. Josh Wallace came on a blitz. Well, that's a 1st down run for Jalen Milroe down to the Michigan 28-yard line.
Yeah, he was backed up all the way to the 50.
Michigan defense in need of a turnover here. Milroe in a shotgun. Takes the snap, handoff, and gaining some yards down to the 25-yard line is Justice Haynes again, the freshman. He's giving Alabama a boost here in this second half. That's a gain of about 3 on 1st down. Minute 52 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Jalen Harrell banged up, slow to get up, and now slowly getting off the field.
Quentin Johnson we saw him in the Ohio State game. We saw him, throughout the season be a guy that would come up and run support from that safety position, and he was the guy that finally stopped the momentum of Alabama on that with a nice pop.
Keon Sabb is checked in for the Michigan defense. Milroe in a shotgun, ball on the left hash, 2nd down and 7. Takes the snap, back to pass is Jalen Milroe. Fires, and he's got his man at the 20, Isaiah Bond, who is tackled right there and dropped inside the 20 down at the 16-yard line. Another throw for a 1st down for Alabama.
It was good patience by Jalen Milroe. Isaiah Bond just runs about a 6-yard stick and then just comes right back to the quarterback, and then everything else opens up around him because of the routes. We got one going deep, one going across the middle. Caused a little bit of a gap in the defense, and Jalen Milroe just waited for it to open up.
Michael Barrett on the tackle there for Michigan. 1st and 10 Bama from the Michigan 16-yard line. Milroe in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Going to roll to the right. Quarterback run. Wolverines chasing. And he's got nowhere to go, and they run him out of bounds. Mikey Sandristow, the man there to shove him out as he got back to the line of scrimmage. They strung that play out. No gain for Jalen Milroe on 1st down.
Yeah, nice job. I mean, that was the wide side of the field. The ball was on the left hash, and to track him all the way across the field and force him out of bounds at the original line of scrimmage, that's a great job by that Michigan defense.
2nd down and 10 for Alabama. 27 seconds to go here in the 3rd quarter. Michigan on top, 13-10. From the Michigan 16-yard line, Milroe with a pistol formation. Directly behind him is Jace McClellan, the running back. And Bama moves up front. Bama move. The Michigan fans love it. They're making noise down in that northern end zone.
Start, number 52, offense, 5-yard penalty, still 2nd down.
Left guard Tyler Booker. Back up the Tar Heels 5 yards to the Michigan 21-yard line. Clock running. That may do it for the 3rd quarter. We're inside of 10 seconds to go, and it looks like Bama will choose to go to the 4th quarter. Michigan's leading at 13-10, but Alabama's knocking on the door here in Pasadena. with a spot in the national championship on the line. It all comes down to the final 15 minutes.
It's been a defensive battle, and I don't expect anything to be different in the fourth quarter. Some chances are going to have to be taken by both offenses, but so far the defenses have had all the answers.
We'll get the fourth quarter underway when we continue from Pasadena. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
For high school seniors, the matchup of the year isn't on the field. It's actually online. That's right. When you fill out the FAFSA, the free application for federal student aid, you could also be eligible for thousands of dollars in additional money from the Michigan Achievement Scholarship. Yep, nearly 80% of students who fill out the FAFSA may be eligible. Now that's a matchup we can all root for. Get started today at michigan.gov/achievement. The Michigan Achievement Scholarship. It's a game changer.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Michigan has realized its destiny and won the national championship in the Rose Bowl.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
This year, let Ford make the holidays bright. With a large inventory in stock, you can choose from a great selection of Ford trucks and SUVs, equipped with great technology and offer the comfort you need. And to really celebrate the holiday season, Ford has just announced holiday cash on select Ford vehicles. Returning AZ Plant lessees can lease a 2024 Ford Edge SEL all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months, with $1,999 due at signing.
Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,000 holiday bonus cash, $3,000 trade assist, $2,000 renewal, and $170 AXCD bonus cash. Offer ends January 2nd, 2024. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply.
Happy holidays from your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Second and 15 for Alabama as we've moved this one into the fourth quarter from here in Pasadena. Michigan leading the Crimson Tide 13-10, but Alabama has got the ball at the Michigan 21-yard line. Wolverines still leading the statistical battle, but Bama's catching up. 11 first downs to 10. Michigan 220 total yards to Bama's 168. After getting something going on the ground, the Michigan run game stalled out there in the third quarter.
Yeah, and you mentioned at the beginning of the third quarter, Michigan's been so dominant in the third. It's kind of been their quarter to be able to create separation between them and the opponents, and wasn't to be the case tonight or this afternoon. But when you get into the college football playoffs, obviously you're playing against the best in the country, and they've got to find a way here to make Alabama pay for some of the mistakes. If they put the ball on the ground here, if there's an issue with the snap, Michigan needs to take the ball away.
Alabama breaks the huddle with Jalen Milroe in a shotgun. Chase McClellan in the backfield on 2nd down and 15. Now they bring Kendrick Law into motion into the backfield. And they'll go Jalen Milroe, quarterback run up the middle. He gets it to the 10 and powers inside the 5. First and goal, Alabama. He's dropped by Will Johnson down at the 2-yard line.
It's your basic read option by the quarterback. He's reading Derek Moore. Derek Moore plays the fact that he's going to play the running back. Quarterback keeps it.
Hand off to McClellan, bounces it outside to the goal line. He's in. Touchdown. The Michigan coaching staff is going crazy on the sideline. Jim Harbaugh thought there was a hold, but McClellan into the end zone to give Alabama a 16-13 lead. See if we can see a replay of what Coach was upset about. And it looks like Michael Barrett is the man that they thought was held, but no flag. So Alabama back on top following a 55-yard drive. And it's Reichert on for the extra point. Burnup with the hold. Snap is good. Kick is up, and the kick is good. 8 plays, 55 yards over 4 minutes and 14 seconds. And as we sit here early fourth quarter, now the Michigan offense has some work to do.
Well, they got some work to do in the fact that because of that missed extra point earlier in the game, they're down 4. So it's obviously going to take a touchdown to take the lead back. field goal is not going to do. They've got plenty of time. There's no panic. There's nothing that Michigan needs to worry about other than the fact that you've got to regain some of that dominance at the line of scrimmage that you had in the first half.
Well, the question was, as this season went on, can Michigan in a tight game make the plays necessary to win? And they did at Penn State. And they did against Ohio State, putting together some really important fourth quarter drives. Penn State more to run clock. Ohio State, Michigan didn't punt after the Zach Zinner injury and came through. So now here they sit in a tight ball game in the national semifinals, down 17-13. Samaj Morgan standing on his own goal line as Reichert will put his right foot into this one, and that one will sail out of the back of the end zone. Morgan doesn't budge, and Michigan will take over on the 25-yard line. Hey, when you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the new Varsity Network app, available for both Apple and Android. Listen to the college sports live with the Varsity Network app. Blake Corum in the backfield here. The ball is placed on the 25-yard line on the left hash.
Well, we have seen Michigan respond in different ways throughout the course of the year. More so at the end of the year, whether it was to things that happened out of their control or it was to injuries. It was to a deficit. They've been able to respond, and now this is another opportunity for them to do that.
JJ in a shotgun. They bring Tyler Morris in motion. Hand off, Blake Corum running left. Cuts upfield across the 25 to the 26, where he's brought to the ground by Dallas Turner, all-SEC edge rusher. Short gain on first down. The number 2 for Michigan, the senior running back, Blake Corum.
Alabama has been really good since about the mid-second quarter in regards to stopping the run. Michigan, for a while there, was gaining 8 yards on first down, a couple of times 9. Haven't been able to find that level of success since then.
One receiver split wide right. That's Cornelius Johnson. Colston Loveland and A.J. Barn along with Max Bredesen in 3 tight ends. J.J. play action back to pass. Fires over the middle. Short. Hit as he throws. Incomplete. Out near the 40-yard line. It was Justin Eboigbe in there to put a hit on J.J. He was a little slow getting up again. And Michigan going to be looking at a 3rd and long.
Yeah, Michigan had brought in an extra offensive lineman, Miles Hinton, over at the right tackle spot, and they moved Trente Jones in a formation that we've seen throughout the course of the year, but just a protection breakdown in the middle of the offensive line.
Wolverines go 4 wide. Donovan Edwards in the backfield. It's 3rd down and 9. JJ takes the snap, back to pass. Here comes the rush. Bails out of there. Fires to Donovan Edwards. He's going to have to make a man miss, but he dropped it. It's a moot point when you don't secure the catch, and Michigan with another ill-timed 3 and out.
Yards have been hard to come by. Jason, I'm curious. We could see from up here that the Alabama sideline there seems to be a lot of energy. What's it like on the Michigan sideline right now?
Yeah, they're down a little bit. The defense look at times, but I think we can recover from this. The offense has to sustain a drive or two. The defense is getting tired.
Tommy Doman needs to get off a nuke here as he's standing on his own 11-yard line. Clean snap. Bama doesn't rush. Doman gets off a short punt. And coming forward is Downs, telling everybody to get away from it. It hits a Bama player, but Downs falls on it at the 32-yard line. Boy, he had no sense of urgency telling his teammates
to get out of the way.
Yeah, and then that hit one of the up men, but Downs was right there to fall on it. And Bama will take over on the 32-yard line. Now Alabama leads it and has the football with 13:32 to go in the game. It's 17-13, Crimson Tide. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
At Progressive, we love sports and saving you money, so we bundled them together.
It's 40 love here in the 3rd set. And there's the bell. She's coming off the bench hot, looking for a quick knockdown. But wait, she's driving to the hoop. Oh, down goes the champ. Now that's another double fault. She'll be shooting too. The serve is up. And here comes the left hook. She's bundled her home and auto insurance with Progressive. Swish, ace, savings, TKO.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Champion Circle is the preeminent name, image, and likeness collective supporting University of Michigan student athletes. Champion Circle's mission is to empower Wolverine student athletes through NIL and ensure Michigan remains at the forefront of college athletics. Visit championscircleufm.com to learn about exciting upcoming events or to contribute to Michigan student athletes' NIL platforms. That's championscircleufm.com. Champions Circle, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
In a world full of empty promises like, we can do that, oh yeah, no problem, you'll have it quick, isn't it nice to know that one company delivers beyond expectations? The Three-Dimensional Services Group. When it comes to a seasoned workforce of manufacturing problem solvers who navigate design complexities and compressed timing, count on the Three-Dimensional Services Group, where our team is your team. Learn more at the3dimensional.com or call 800-959-0804.
John Jansen here. We cover all things Michigan athletics on our podcast channel, Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. In the Trenches, presented by Meyer, focuses on all things Michigan football, including exclusive interviews, game previews, and post-game episodes. Defend the Block highlights both men's and women's basketball programs, and Conquering Heroes keeps you in the loop on every team in Ann Arbor. Search Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcast. That's Go Blue Podcasts with John Jansen.
13:32 to go in the ballgame. Alabama leading Michigan 17-10. And the Crimson Tide with the football on their own 33-yard line. Michigan and Alabama, the last time they played the 2020 Citrus Bowl, Michigan led at the half in that game, 16-14. Alabama outscored Michigan in the second half, 21-0. Third quarter has been Michigan's best quarter of the year. After going scoreless, Bama got a touchdown here early in the fourth, and they lead at 17-13. And the Michigan fans making a ton of noise here, trying to inspire the Michigan defense. Wolverines need to make a play.
Got to make something happen defensively. Big stop, force a punt, maybe a turnover, rip the ball out, any chance that you get, but you got to play discipline. At worst, just make a punt the ball from here, get the ball back to your offense.
This is only the second possession all season the Michigan defense has been on the field when Michigan has trailed. It happened against Rutgers. Michigan has just trailed for 23 minutes and 33 seconds in a game all season long. Coming into this one, and Alabama with the lead in the football here, 13:32 to go in the game. Milroe in a shotgun, takes the snap, and will throw it out into the flat. He's got his receiver 40, 45, and shoved out of bounds by Rod Moore is Kobe Prentice on a little pass out into the screen after play action. Fake the handoff left, threw back to the right. First down, Alabama.
Yeah, they brought Mike Barrett, trying to create some pressure inside, dropped Jalen Harrell, and just created an opening for Alabama to get an easy completion.
Ball now at the Bama 46-yard line, 1st and 10. Milroe in a shotgun. Jam Miller in the backfield. Now he puts Miller in motion. Takes the snap. And Milroe, quarterback keeper, breaks a tackle in the backfield. Tries to bounce outside. Fumbles. Ball's on the ground. Who's got it? Wolverines are jumping around, and they think they got it. And they do. They do. Michigan recovers a fumble at the 50-yard line, and we ask for them to make a play, and they do. Josh Wallace comes up with the fumble, and we have to see who dislodged it. It was
Quentin Johnson.
Wow.
Quentin Johnson did a great job. I talked about discipline throughout the course of the game, whether it's offensive linemen and making the right steps, the blocking movement, or it's the defense on the backside of that, quarterback read option. Quentin Johnson does a great job of showing exactly why you got to have discipline, right place, right time, and makes Jalen Milroe, a very young player, make a play. And he just lays the ball on the ground.
So the Wolverines now with good field position at their own 49-yard line. One receiver split left is Cornelius Johnson. JJ in a shotgun. Puts Roman Wilson in motion. Takes the snap back to pass. JJ fires. He's got Wilson 45, 40 down the sideline. Gets upended inside the Alabama 35, down at the 31-yard line. And the Wolverines have moved into Bama territory here after a 20-yard pass from J.J. McCarthy to Roman Wilson.
And Kool-Aid McKinstry and Malachi Moore obviously had a miscommunication. They're jawing at each other after the fact there.
Wolverines go quick. Wide receiver screen. Cornelius Johnson fights back to the line of scrimmage before Caleb Downs brings him down. Good play there by the Alabama freshman safety. No gain. Tried to catch Bama's defense sleeping. God, Downs is good. He came onto the scene last year he was an early enrollee at Sugar Bowl practices. They knew they had a player.
Yeah.
And he's been outstanding as a freshman. Leads them in tackles. 2nd down and 10 for Michigan. McCarthy in a shotgun pistol formation with Blake Corum directly behind him. Wolverines shift everybody in tight. Now from under center, JJ takes the snap. Pitches it. They go flea flicker. Ball's on the ground, and JJ's just going to have to fall on it. Oh, boy. Handoff to Blake Corum. He flipped it back to JJ. There was somebody in Blake's face, led to a bad pitch, and it's going to be a big-time loss for the Michigan offense. They tried to catch Bama with a flea flicker, and it backfired.
Yeah, it did, and Blake just needs to take his time. I know that there was somebody in his face, but he had enough time to be able to put some more juice on it and get it back to JJ.
3rd down and 17 for the Michigan offense from the Bama 38-yard line following the negative play. Empty backfield for J.J. McCarthy. Wolverines need to get to the 21-yard line. J.J. quick pass, fires it. He's got Samaj Morgan, 35, 30, and that's where he'll be taken down. The 31-yard line, they mark him, and it looks like Michigan will try a field goal here. As James Turner, 16 of 18 on the year, will attempt to kick well within his range. The ball will be placed at the 39-yard line, so a 49-yard attempt. He is 6 of 8 from beyond 40 yards this year. Ball's on the right hash, trying to cut this Bama lead to 1. James Turner out of the hold of Tommy Doman. High snap, Doman gets it down, the kick is on its way, and it is no good.
Well, it's frustrating. And again, it's self-inflicted wounds by Michigan. There's nothing that Alabama did there. I'm fine with taking a shot with the flea flicker. We've seen Michigan run that play a number of times, but you can't put the ball on the ground. And it's senior captain Blake Corum. And, it's not really JJ's fault that the ball didn't get to him. He did a nice job of hopping on top of it and making sure that Alabama didn't come up with it. But you've got to find a way to capitalize on a turnover. And when you don't, in a moment like this, an extra point, a turnover, all of those things become big. They become much bigger in the fourth quarter of a college football playoff game.
That brings a streak of 14 consecutive made field goals to an end by James Turner. 10:30 to go in the ballgame. Michigan trails at 17-13. Alabama will have it on their own 31-yard line. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Subscribe to the official podcast home of Michigan Athletics and Go Blue Podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Feel the sun on your face and enjoy the ride in a brand new Silverado from your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. With 9 models to choose from, Silverado is the perfect tool for all your jobs. And with features like the most functional bed of any pickup or the available multi-flex tailgate, you'll always be Silverado strong. Whatever road you choose to travel, Silverado will take you there. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Basketball season is here, but you still have some time to secure your seats to watch Michigan men's and women's basketball at Chrysler Center. Single game tickets are on sale now, but hurry because tickets are running out for some of the season's marquee matchups and great promotions. Visit mgoblue.com/tickets now to lock in your seats. That's mgoblue.com/tickets to experience Michigan men's and women's basketball at Chrysler Center this season. mgoblue.com/tickets.
10:30 to go in the ballgame. Alabama on top of Michigan 17-13. And John Jansen coming into this game, Michigan didn't have to be perfect, but they have made some pretty big mistakes on special teams. A fumble punt, a short punt. Those two things led to Alabama touchdown drives, or 2 touchdown drives, of 44 yards and 55 yards. Now you mix in a botched snap on an extra point, a missed field goal. Things add up quickly. And now the Michigan defense is being asked again to come up big with 10.5 minutes to go in the ballgame, and Bama leading by 4.
And here's the thing, no matter how many times the defense is asked, they've got to come through. Offense, defense, special teams. That's why you've got 3 phases. And at some point, the special teams, hey, they've come up short at this point today. At some point, maybe they're in position to make a play, and they've got to come through. You never know what's in store.
From the 31-yard line, Milrose in a shotgun. Takes the snap, hand off to Jace McClellan, running right, and he slips through a hole out to about the 35-yard line, and that's where he is dropped for a 4-yard gain on first down.
This is where you got to find a way to get a stop. And it's tough when you give up 4 yards on first down. Doesn't make it impossible. You've got to find a way to force this Alabama offense into a passing down.
2nd down and 6 for Alabama from the 35-yard line. Inside of 10 minutes to go, clock running. McClellan, the senior running back, continuing in the backfield. Jalen Milroe, play clock inside of 5, takes a bad snap, hands it off to McClellan running left. He's got some room, 40, and Rod Moore breaks a tackle from Rod Moore, 50, and he's dropped at the Michigan 48-yard line. It looked like Rod Moore would bring him down, but somehow he got out of Rod Moore's tackle. And Jace McClellan goes for 17 yards. And Bama's got it at the Michigan 48-yard line.
They were in position to make a play right at about the first down marker, and that's where Rod Moore had him, and he tried to tackle the ball instead of tackling the man. First guy there has got to be able to tackle the man. You got to get him on the ground first. That's when everybody else, hey, when they arrive, they can tackle the ball, but you have to, as the first defender, tackle the man.
1st and 10, Alabama, 9:11 to go. Jalen Milroe in a shotgun. Takes the snap. Back to pass. Fires. He's got Burton on a wide receiver screen. Not much room there. Whistles blow as his forward progress is stopped for a gain of 2 right in front of the Bama bench on the far side. And it was Josiah Stewart getting out there. Hey, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Second down and 8 for Alabama. 8:30 to go, clock running. From the Michigan 46-yard line, Milroe puts a man in motion. That's Prentice. Now takes the snap, goes quarterback draw, running left. Gets to the Michigan 41-yard line before he is thrown to the ground short of the first down by Michael Barrett and Josiah Stewart.
I tell you what, Josiah Stewart did a really nice job of standing up his blocker, keeping his eyes free on Jalen Milroe, and then being able to shed his block to make a play. Not at the line of scrimmage, a little bit downfield, but if he doesn't do that, that might be gone.
3rd and 3 for Alabama. They're on the edge of field goal range, and they got a 4-point lead. Milroe in a shotgun. Claps his hands, takes the snap, hands it off to Jam Miller, running right to the 40, first down to the 35, and tackling from behind is Michael Barrett at the Michigan 30-yard line. They go student body right, and Alabama is now well within field goal range down at the 30 with 7:24 to go in the game, and now the clock is becoming a factor.
You've got to find a way to stop this run game.
You got to find a way to keep them out of the end zone.
Yeah.
You need one of those big negative plays, and we get a whistle and a flag. I don't know what this is.
Illegal substitution. Offense. 12 players were in formation. That's a 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
Okay.
That's a start. Total yards this half, Alabama 150 to Michigan's 44.
Yeah, it's a tale of 2 halves. Michigan dominated the first half. Now Alabama obviously dominating the second half.
Michigan defense, a lot has been asked of them. Can they get another stop? from the 35-yard line. Milroe in a shotgun. Brings a man in motion. That's Dupree, the transfer from Maryland, the tight end. And they'll go quick pass to Burton, and he's met immediately by Keon Sabb and dropped after a gain of 1. Good play there by the Wolverines sophomore safety coming up and closing quickly on Jermaine Burton.
Yeah, nice job, open field tackle. Again, Michigan's got some guys that are in position. We've talked about Mikey Sandmerstill, Keon Sabb, that if they don't make those plays, they're vulnerable to, somebody taking it to the house. That's a great job by Keon Sabb of recognizing it, closing speed, and making a nice open field tackle.
2nd down and 14 for the Crimson Tide. Milroe in a shotgun. Takes the snap and goes quarterback keeper. Fires to the tight end, Dupree, who's got it and dropped immediately at the 30-yard line. Michael Barrett was there. Junior Colson was there. And with 6:08 to go in the ballgame, Alabama's looking at a 3rd down and 9. Again, the Crimson Tide leading 17-13.
Yeah, they're just trying to get the ball out of the hands of Jalen Milroe as quickly as possible, using that read option as the threat. But a quick dump to Dupree. And if they're able to get there early, he bobbled that ball just a little bit. Might have been able to pop it free.
See what Tommy Reese, the offensive coordinator, dials up, what Michigan's Jesse Minter has in mind. Play clock winding down, 3 seconds to go. Jalen Milroe looking up, takes a snap at 1. Back to pass, here comes a blitz, and down he goes! The Wolverines collapse the pocket and drop Jalen Milroe for a sack back at the 34-yard line, and that will make this anything but a sure thing field goal, presuming that's what Alabama does. Their kicker, the all-time leading scorer in NCAA history, earlier in the game hit his 9th career 50-plus yarder, and he'll have to do it again here to try and give Alabama a 7-point lead with the clock running and 5 minutes to go in the ball game.
Yeah, this will be just a touch longer at about 52.
His long this year is 51. Ball just off the right hash. Out of the hole to Burnap. Snap is good. Ball's placed down. The kick is on its way, and it is good. Burnap from 52 yards. Correction, Reichert from 52 yards, who points to the sky, as is his routine in honor of his late father, who passed away due to pancreatic cancer.
He had plenty of leg on that one. It was split the uprights, and quite honestly, that would have been good from about 60.
But the Wolverines still have a chance with 4:41 to go in the ball game, trailing 20-13. Michigan will get the ball back. They've done next to nothing offensively in this half. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Imagine this, a day filled with indulgence, bursting with excitement, and packed with extraordinary moments that build memories to last a lifetime. Win big, relax oh so comfortably, then have an unforgettable dining experience at the world-famous Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. It's your getaway reimagined at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Go!
Run, James!
No. First base!
Go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
No matter where you're headed, Citgo is a good place to start. Whether you're off to a campground or a campus tailgate, Club Citgo saves you 3 cents off every gallon every day. Plus 5 cents off on Fridays and 9 cents on Tuesdays once per month. And first-time Club Citgo users get an extra 20 cents off every gallon on their first purchase. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. Download the Club Citgo app today. Savings good up to 30 gallons only at participating locations. Data rates may apply.
For over a century, Michigan Medicine has been on a mission to bring Michigan answers to patients and families across Michigan and beyond. It's why University of Michigan Health is honored to have been named Michigan's #1 hospital once again by U.S. News & World Report, and to have been named year after year to the prestigious honor roll of the nation's top hospitals. If you need a Michigan answer in your life, think Michigan Medicine. and visit MichiganAnswers.com.
Let's return to Pasadena for more of Michigan and Alabama in the Rose Bowl. Here again, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
Well, the Wolverines have a chance here. They're getting the football back, down 20-13 with 4:41 to go in the ball game. Alabama will kick off back to Michigan following that field goal of 52 yards from Will Reichard. Samaj Morgan standing in his own end zone. And John, Wolverines try and get something going here. Maybe look for the tight ends to get involved. Colston Loveland and A.J. Barner have combined for 2 catches, both from Loveland.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to find a way to open up that middle a little bit. Tight ends would be a great way to do it. I think Roman Wilson, I've seen him on some skinny posts find a couple of slivers of daylight.
His kick will come down, and Morgan will let it sail over his head and halfway into the end zone, and Michigan will take over at the 25-yard line. All right, so Michigan with outstanding offensive coordinator and Sharon Moore will get the football back from the 25-yard line, trailing by 7 when we continue from the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. 4:41 to go in the ball game. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer on the Ann Arbor campus provides free tuition for in-state families earning less than $75,000 who have less than $75,000 in assets. There is also tuition support for some families earning more, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn more at goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
This year, let Ford make the holidays bright. With a large inventory in stock, you can choose from a great selection of Ford trucks and SUVs, equipped with great technology, and offer the comfort you need. And to really celebrate the holiday season, Ford has just announced holiday cash on select Ford vehicles. Returning AZ Plan F-150 lessees can lease a 2023 F-150 XLT 4x4 Super Crew for $299 a month for 24 months, with $2,809 due at signing. Payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $500 holiday RCL cash, $3,500 trade assist, $500 vehicle-specific renewal, and $1,000 AXZD bonus cash. Offer ends January 2nd, 2024. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. Happy holidays from your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers.
Football season is here, and that means it's time to kick off the excitement at the Pretzel Bell, an Ann Arbor institution featuring traditional American comfort food, including favorites like our varsity burger, Detroit-style pizza, hot wings, and our famous soft pretzel. Enjoy artisan cocktails, local craft beers, and an extensive wine collection. Ring the bell for your birthday, host a private event in our captain's room, or celebrate a Michigan win in our downstairs sports bar. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite.
Bama on top of Michigan 20-13. Wolverines getting the football back with 4:41 to go in the fourth quarter. Headquartered in Brighton with 8 convenient locations across the state, Foguth Financial Group is the proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. Visit FoguthFinancialGroup.com to learn more. Foguth Financial Group, peace and purpose for your money. Blake Corum in the backfield off the right hip of J.J. McCarthy, who's in a shotgun. Wolverines with 2 tight ends to the left. Barner and Colston split out wide right is Cornelius Johnson. And as the TV people leave the field, JJ with some last words for his offensive line and Roman Wilson, and now in a shotgun ready to go. They go handoff running left, Blake Corum gets to the outside, hesitates out to the 29-yard line and pushed out of bounds just shy of the 30, gain of 4.5 yards on first down.
Well, nice job by Blake Corum getting to the edge and using his quickness, his ability to put a foot in the ground and head north and south to gain some yards. Not a lot there to be had. Darius Henderson is able to get the edge set enough for him for Blake Corum to get there.
JJ in a shotgun on 2nd down and 5. Looks to the sideline, same formation. Now looks like he wants to change the play. Clock running, 4:09 to go in the game. Play clock winding down, got to get the snap off, and they do. Same play, Blake Corum running left. Makes a man miss at the 30 and fights forward to the 33-yard line, just shy of the first down. Kool-Aid McKinstry was the man on the tackle. Blake got out of that what he could. That's a 3rd and 2 facing the Michigan offense, and here comes Alex Orji.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing is you're going to have to find ways to get some chunk yardage plays.
J.J. McCarthy staying in the game, and Orji is splitting out wide right. Blake Corum in the backfield on 3rd and 2. Alabama has stacked the box here. They bring Orji in motion. Snap, fake a handoff to Orji. Back to passes. J.J. tipped in the air and incomplete. Alabama tipped it. It looked like it was Dallas Turner who got his hands on it with 3:19 to go. And all 3 timeouts, does Jim Harbaugh give Alabama the ball back or go for it on 4th and 2?
I think you're kind of in a position here where you're going to have to go for it. And this is an opportunity for this Michigan team to extend their season, or at least have an opportunity to extend their season. You're going to have to pick this one up.
What's your best play? 4th and 2. 2 tight ends to the right, Loveland and Barner. Blake Corum in the backfield. J.J. back to pass, fires it wide open. Blake Corum, 35-40. Blake Corum to the 50. Blake Corum gets a block from Roman Wilson. Jumps over a man, flags fly in where Roman took out the Bama defensive back, but it will be good enough yardage for a first down into Bama territory. They'll mark this penalty off spot of the foul, but move the chains for Michigan. Disappointing because it should be more, but...
Well, I'm glad Blake Corum ended up just running out of bounds. He saw it happen right in front of him. He blocked him right in the back.
Yeah, you just don't understand why a guy that's that much of a veteran to do that in that situation.
Illegal block in the back. Offense. 10-yard penalty. Still results in a first down.
There were 4 officials' flags laying at the Alabama 41-yard line. So that'll back Michigan up 10 yards from the spot of the foul. But most importantly, they got the first down.
Well, they got the first down, and that's obviously the most important factor. They get a chance to extend this drive, but that 10 yards is huge. It puts it right back at midfield.
3:10 to go in the ball game. Wolverines survive a 4th down here, down by 7. 20-13. Clock running, 3:06. Empty backfield for J.J. McCarthy. 3 receivers split left, 2 to the right. J.J. brings Blake Corum in motion. And J.J.'s going to go quarterback run right. 50, 45. J.J. turns the corner. 35, knocked out of bounds. And a late hit. And did a flag fly in? Did I see a flag?
I don't think so. Boy, I tell you what, there should have been a flag there. He tackled him 3 yards out of bounds.
Still a big gain for J.J. McCarthy. I'll have to see a replay if that was as bad as it looked from here. J.J. stepped out of bounds, and it was Terrion Arnold who took him to the ground. Boos cascading down. Nonetheless, Michigan with a first down at the Alabama 34, clock running, 2:32 to go. A do-or-die drive for a bunch of players that came back for this moment. From the 34-yard line, J.J. in a shotgun. Takes the snap, back to pass, has a pocket, steps up, fires over the middle, caught by Roman Wilson at the 20, 15, 10, Roman Wilson knocked out of bounds inside the 5. What a catch by Roman Wilson, who climbed the ladder and has Michigan knocking on the door with 2:07 to go.
He sure did. Boy, I don't know, it almost looked like that ball got tipped at the line of scrimmage, but he did a great job of going up and getting it.
29 yards to Roman Wilson, and Michigan has it 1st and goal from the Alabama 5-yard line. Clock running, minute 48 to go. And we get a whistle, and I think Nick Saban wants to take a timeout.
Yes. You asked the question, where was this the rest of the second half? Jerome Moore coming up emptying the bag of tricks here with 3 minutes left. Now, what do we have? Under 2 minutes left in what could be the final game of the season.
Minute 45 to go following the timeout. Again, setting the scene here. Michigan to the end zone to our left, right in front of all the Michigan fans at the northern end zone. Wolverines trailing it by 7, 1st and goal. And John,
the ball did get tipped. Yeah. I thought the trajectory changed, but what great concentration by Roman Wilson.
Yeah, he had to make up for that play that he had a second ago.
Yes.
So he definitely did it in that situation. And the thing about being in a do-or-die situation, John, is that now you have to trust that offensive line and call your normal stuff. Yep. You can't baby him the entire game. And I think that Coach Sharon Moore just opened it up just a little bit.
I think so as well. You're not always going to be able to roll your quarterback out, cut off half the field. They've left the full field open by keeping JJ in the pocket.
Wolverines break the huddle quickly. 3 tight ends to the right. Blake Corum in the backfield. JJ takes the snap, hands it off to Corum, puts his head down and drives to the 4, getting pushed by an offensive lineman. We'll see where they mark it. It looks like it's going to be at the 4-yard line. And clock running, minute 35 to go, and Bama uses another timeout at a minute 34. Second and goal for Michigan from the Alabama 4. They trail by 7. And John?
We're building to a similar decision that we saw on Saturday night.
Make sure everybody reports.
Yes, appropriately.
Michigan has only run 1 2-point conversion all year, and they did not convert. But John, it's a decision that we hope Jim Harbaugh has to make.
Yeah, obviously you got to score. You got to get the 6 first, and we saw Roman Wilson with a great catch, handoff on first down to Blake Corum. This is where the offensive line has to say, you know what, I don't care what it's called. If it is a pass, we've got to hold up in pass protection and make sure everything is legal. Make sure we give JJ as much time as possible. If it's a run, you take that defensive line and you plant them in the very first row behind the end zone so that Blake Corum, Donovan Edwards, whoever they hand the ball off to, can walk into the end zone. This game will be decided by this offensive line.
Wolverines with the ball on the left hash. 2 receivers split to the left. Tyler Morris and Colston Loveland. Now they motion Loveland back into the line of scrimmage. JJ takes the snap. Fires. He's got Roman Wilson, who will walk into the end zone. Touchdown, Wolverines. JJ McCarthy's 3rd touchdown of the game. And Michigan has cut it to a 1-point game.
What a great sell by the offensive line and Blake Corum. Looked like it was going to be a handoff to Blake, and then all of a sudden, here comes Roman Wilson in the flat, a nice, easy pitch and catch, and it looks like Jim Harbaugh is going to opt for the extra point.
Well, they've already blown 1 snap on an extra point. James Turner on to tie the ball game with a minute 34 to go. Snap is clean. Turner's extra point is up, and it's good. And the Wolverines have tied it following an 8-play, 75-yard drive with 3:03 to go, converting on a 4-yard touchdown pass from J.J. McCarthy to Roman Wilson. Brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. And John?
Plenty of time with 3 timeouts left. Michigan might get the ball back.
Alabama has 1 timeout, and they got 94 seconds. And they've got one of the best kickers in the country. So they've got to be thinking about trying to get a walk-off field goal at minimum.
Yep, Michigan's thinking about, first of all, you got to make a stop.
Yep.
You got to be able to kick them down, get a stop. Hopefully you could push them back a little bit. Maybe you could force a turnover. I would be surprised if Jalen Milroe took too many chances with the football, or they allowed Jalen Milroe to take too many chances with the football.
Special teams for Michigan have not been great. They come up with a big hit and a turnover here. Tommy Doman puts his right foot into it and sends one deep to fair caught at the 5-yard line by Alabama's Roydell Williams. He caught it. That kick came all the way across the field from the right hash, outside the left hash, and on the fair catch, it'll start Alabama at the 25-yard line. They got to be thinking about going about 45 yards here in a minute 34. Milroe through the air in this game. We'll get his numbers here in a moment, but that is not his.
No, Milroe through the air right now is 12 of 17 for 93 yards. Has not been a huge threat at throwing the ball. It's all come, most of their offense has come on the ground. 154 yards on the ground.
Michigan fans getting into it. Alabama with one receiver split left, two to the right from the 25-yard line in a tie game with 1:34 to go. Milroe back to pass. Here comes the rush. He steps up and he's going to run 25, 30 and slides down at the 32-yard line. Clock running, 1:24 to go. Chris Jenkins down the field making the tackle. No huddle. Bama lines up quickly. Milroe takes the snap, back to pass. Here comes the rush. Fires in the flat. It's caught. First down yardage. I believe it was Roydell Williams out of the backfield, but he is dropped inbounds. Clock stopped on the first down to the 37-yard line. 1:09 to go.
Yeah, and since he was tackled inbounds, as soon as that ball is set, they're going to wind the clock.
Ball is set. They're holding up the Crimson Tide. They reset the clock at 1:11. And they, I guess, rule him out of bounds there. Yes. Milroe back to pass. Here comes the rush. Milroe gets it away, and it's incomplete over the middle. He underthrew his receiver, Kobe Prentice. Clock stops 1:06 to go. Alabama looking at a second down from their own 37-yard line. Probably need to get to about the 38-yard line, 39-yard line to give their kicker, Reichert, a chance. Remember, he made a season-long 52, and as you pointed out, would have been good from close to 60. So maybe they just need to get down to the Michigan 43.
It's possible, but it's also possible that a young quarterback could make a bad decision. You got to find a way to put pressure on him right now.
Wolverines showing blitz. Low snap. Milroe back to pass. Fires near side. Incomplete. Into the flat. Nobody there. And the clock stops with 1:01 to go. And Alabama looking at a 3rd and 10.
And that's all you need from a young quarterback that right now, even though there haven't been any more sacks here, there's been one sack in the second half. He is looking at the rush. He's not necessarily looking downfield to find an open receiver. He is looking at the rush. That ball was basically in the middle of nowhere. We just need him to do that with a Michigan defender in the area.
Huge play here. 3rd and 10 for Alabama. Tie game, 1:01 to go. 4 wide. Milroe back to pass. Fires underneath. He's got his running back who's dropped short of the sticks by Josh Wallace. And Jim Harbaugh will take a timeout as Alabama gains 6 yards on 3rd and 10. Harbaugh hoping to get the ball back. Will Nick say he'll punt it, right?
Oh, I'm sure he's going to punt it. But now Michigan, having used that timeout, will have 2 timeouts. They'll probably get the ball back with about 45 seconds left to go here in the fourth quarter. And Doug, you mentioned, the special teams have not been great, but it is possible that Michigan can drive down and the special teams could come out the hero of this game by kicking a game winner.
Well, James Turner, in a story earlier this year, mentioned to a reporter that he really hasn't kicked a pressure or walk-off kick. He hit some pressure kicks against Ohio State, but he's got a chance here as Alabama sends the punt unit on with 54 seconds to go.
It's all about stand on side. This is a perfect time for Alabama to use a hard count or a delayed count right here.
Yep.
We have to stay disciplined in this situation.
4th and 4, and Michigan brings Cornelius Johnson onto the field for this punt rush, and he has got several block punts to his credit in his Michigan career. Jake Thaw is deep for Michigan, standing on his own 8. Burnip, one of the best punters in the country. Snap is good. Gets the kick off. Jake Thaw ranging over, fair catch signal for and made, and he dropped it back near the goal line, and he's hit right there, and it will be marked at the 1-yard line with 44 seconds to go. And special teams, John.
Boy, they're just not making it easy, are they?
No, he signals for the fair catch and then backs up to the 5. You let it go. Michigan lost a Rose Bowl in 1972 on a safety in a 10-10 tie against Stanford. And that came dangerously close, and they're still not out of trouble.
No, they're not. They're certainly not out of trouble. It's just a tackle for loss, and that ends the game right here. They've got to find a way to create a little bit of a buffer for this Michigan offense to operate.
You've got to escape this jam. Ball at the 1-yard line. 1st and 10, 44 seconds to go. Bama with 1 timeout, so you need to have 2 positive plays to get to overtime. JJ in a shotgun. Blake Corum in the backfield. Takes the handoff up the middle, gets out of the end zone, out to about the 2. And clock running with 36 seconds to go. And if Nick Saban's not going to take the timeout,
Michigan could ride this one right down to overtime.
Yep. Play clock at 27 seconds. Game clock ticking at 24 seconds.
I'd be surprised if Alabama doesn't call a timeout, make Michigan snap the ball
I would think
and run a play.
And it looks like we are headed to overtime. Nope. Did Nick Saban use a timeout?
Yeah.
He did.
Alabama has called their third and final charge timeout. Game clock operator, please reset the game clock to 12 seconds, please. 12 seconds.
So if I'm Michigan, all I do is I take a snap, take a knee, or run a QB sneak just to make sure that you don't want it to have any player with the ball in their hand in the end zone right now. Take it to overtime.
Michigan hasn't played an overtime game since Cade McNamara brought Michigan back in that Rutgers game in 2020. But they need to get one clean quarterback-center exchange from their own 2-yard line. And we're going to overtime here in the national semifinal at the Rose Bowl.
Doesn't get any better than this, does it, Doug?
You know, I like 49-0 games.
That was the first Rose Bowl. Yeah. What, 1902?
All right. J.J. McCarthy under center from the 2-yard line. Takes the snap and takes a knee at the 1. Alabama's out of timeouts. And this one will go to overtime as the clock winds down. They stop the clock with 5 seconds. Why'd they do that? Alabama's out of timeouts.
Game clock operator, please reset the game clock to 12 seconds, please.
What just happened? Did Michigan take a timeout before that play?
They must have. They didn't announce a timeout.
Michigan's timeout left has dropped to 2. But Harbaugh had already used one.
Right.
So what just happened?
Somehow they signaled no play because it's still second down.
Same thing. One safe quarterback-center exchange. JJ takes the knee at the 1, and we're going to overtime. Wolverines have lined up. Takes the snap, takes the knee at the 1. And deja vu all over again. The clock will tick down to 5, 4, and 3, 2, 1, and we're going to overtime, John.
Yep, we sure are. And it's going to be exciting all the way to the very end.
So the problem with overtime is special teams can play a huge role, but it's just the kicking. And James Turner has been actually very good this year. He missed a field goal earlier, and Michigan botched a snap on an extra point, which is a big reason why we're here. But nonetheless, it's been good all year. Overtime is a red zone battle. Well, just outside the red zone, but essentially a red zone battle. Alabama's red zone offense is 7th in the country, scoring on 94% of their red zone possessions, 70% touchdowns. Michigan's red zone defense is 3rd in the country, holding opponents to 71% scoring, only 43% touchdowns.
Well, and it's going to come down to, obviously, they're going to be a coin toss. They're going to figure out who's going to, possess the ball first. And then you got, field goal or touchdown. Then whoever has the ball second knows either what they got to do to tie the game or what they need for a win.
Meanwhile, Alabama's red zone defense, not great. 38 trips, 31 scores, 53% touchdowns. Michigan, their red zone offense, 59 trips, 52 scores, 88%, 42 touchdowns. So it's not technically a red zone battle, but that sets the stage for overtime here in Pasadena.
Well, it does, and quite honestly, I mean, you start with the ball in field goal range, really for both of these kickers.
Yep.
And you don't want it to become a field goal battle because eventually you have to go for it. But, we'll see what this Alabama team, what they're willing to do, what type of chances they're willing to take with an offense that has, in the second half, dominated at the line of scrimmage. They've been able to push Michigan around. They've been very successful on the ground. But in the back of their mind, Seth McLaughlin, their center, has struggled to get the ball back to their quarterback. Quarterback in that last set of downs didn't make a lot of great decisions. So they've got to decide what type of risks are we willing to take. And then when Michigan gets the ball, they've got to figure out, okay, are we going to allow JJ to stand back here and deliver the ball? Our protection has been good. We haven't really had any breakdowns. We want to leave the field open, but you've got guys like Dallas Turner and Chris Braswell that are just waiting to make a play.
Well, Michigan's defense has done a great job pressuring the quarterback, but most of it came in the first half. Wolverines.
5 sacks in the first half, 1 in the second. 9 TFLs on the game in total. I think there were 8 in the first half. And here's the thing, is for football fans, you're listening and you're on the road, or if you've got it synced up to your TV, you are watching or you're listening to 2 elite programs with a lot of talent that's going to be playing on Sunday.
We go downstairs for the coin toss. Jalen Milroe will speak for Alabama. Mikey Sanders.
Gentlemen, as we go to overtime, we still are using the same coin as earlier. Michigan, Alabama, whichever team is on the top will win the toss. The options here, offense, defense, or which end of the field you like to play on. All right? Yep. All right.
The coin.
Alabama, you've won the toss. Play defense, which end of the field? Good. Alabama's won the toss. They were going offense or defense. Michigan ball, first down.
Yeah. In this situation, Coach Sharon Moore has to continue to stay aggressive and eliminate the self-inflicted wounds that we've had all game. But I would love to see him stay aggressive.
Yep, I agree with you. Keep JJ in the pocket. Be creative in your play calls. We saw Roman Wilson wide open for a touchdown. Earlier in the game, it was Blake Corum wide open for a touchdown. Keep that creativity, that spontaneity, but stay on the attack.
It's the second time Michigan and Alabama have gone to overtime in a bowl game. The first time, the 2000 Orange Bowl. Tommy Brady led Michigan to a 35-34 victory over the Crimson Tide. Can J.J. McCarthy match the GOAT here in overtime from the 25-yard line? The Wolverines line up. Samaj Morgan split wide right. Cornelius Johnson wide left. J.J. will take a snap from under center with Blake Corum, the lone running back in the backfield. 2 tight ends to the right. Now they bring Samaj in motion. J.J. looking over the Alabama defense. Parks a commanded Blake. Puts Samaj in motion. Takes the snap. Handoff. Blake Corum bounces outside with room to the 20. Cuts upfield. Blake Corum to the 14. Checked at the 16-yard line. Where he is dropped. They're going to spot him at the 17. Good cut downfield by Blake Corum. A gain of 8 on first down.
Yeah, great vision. Great feel for being able to squeeze out just a couple of more yards. If he keeps rolling to the outside, probably only gets maybe 5, picks up 6, but being able to stick his foot in the ground, picks up another 4.
Wolverines looking at a 2nd and 2 pistol formation. Blake Corum deep. JJ takes the snap, hands it off to Corum outside to the 15, hesitates to the 10. Blake Corum inside the 5. Blake Corum with an outstanding run. Touchdown, Wolverines. And John, that may be one of the best runs of Blake Corum's career. And Michigan takes a 6-point lead here in overtime.
I tell you what, that was a great job by Carson Barnhart, filling in for Zach Zinter, playing at that guard position. They pulled him around, got his shoulders square, got up on the linebacker, and paved the way for Blake Corum. What a beautiful, beautiful run, play call, and execution by this Michigan offense.
Now execute the extra point. James Turner's ready. Snap is good. Ball's placed down. The kick is up. And the kick is good. And 2 plays into overtime. And 2 Blake Corum runs. And Michigan leads it 27-20 here in overtime.
Wow, that puts all the pressure on a combination that has felt the pressure, that hasn't necessarily performed under pressure, and that's Seth McLaughlin, the center for Alabama, and Jalen Milroe, the quarterback.
That 17-yard Blake Corum touchdown run brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
You should see the players and the coaches on the sideline riling up the crowd in this moment. It's a special moment.
Can the Michigan defense come up with another stop? Jalen Milroe down by 7 here in overtime. Ball on the right hash. 2 receivers split wide left. In the backfield for Alabama was Chase McClellan. Milroe, with the Michigan fans raining sound down on him, takes the snap. Going to go quarterback keeper running right. Fires underneath. He's got his running back, and McClellan is knocked out of bounds at the line of scrimmage. Let's see who the Wolverine defender was. It was Mike Barrett. No gain. Now they're going to give him a yard on first down.
Nice job of extending that play all the way to the edge, making sure that Jalen Milroe can't make a play. And that was Derek Moore that was assigned to the quarterback, showing discipline and obviously being able to make a play outside the numbers for only a 1-yard gain.
2nd down and 9 for Alabama. 2 receivers split wide right. McClellan continues in the backfield off the left hip of Jalen Milroe, who takes the snap. Going to go quarterback run up the middle, and he's got all kinds of room. 20, 10, inside the 10, and he's dragged down there. First down and goal, Alabama. It was Rod Moore coming up from his safety spot who dropped Jalen Milroe. They're going to mark the ball at the 9-yard line.
It's such a tough play to defend when you've got a quarterback that basically when he decides to run it, he's running with the size of a fullback, the speed and agility of a tailback.
He's so good in the run game. 1st and goal from the 9 for Alabama. They trail by 7 here in overtime. Milroe in a shotgun with the ball in the right hash. Takes the snap, high snap, hands it off to McClellan. Nothing there. Back to the line of scrimmage. Dropped right there by Junior Colson out of his linebacker spot. The Wolverines' leading tackler, the junior out of Brentwood, Tennessee.
Yeah, boy, every snap is an adventure for McLaughlin. That was a high heater delivered to Jalen Milroe that he was lucky to catch.
2nd and goal from the 9. No gain officially on that first down play. Michigan's defense needs to come up with one more stop. It's Milroe in a shotgun. 2 receivers split left, 1 to the right. McClellan in the backfield. Milroe hands it off, and it's buried in the backfield is Chase McClellan. The Wolverines' defensive front swarmed him for a loss of 5.
Is that Mason Graham?
Sure was. The California native out of Anaheim. 5-yard loss, and Alabama's looking at a 3rd and goal from the 15. They've converted worse than this.
That's an instant win, and all Mason Graham did was pinch across the face of Tyler Booker, the left guard, create penetration. His right place, right time for that TFL.
3rd and goal from the 14-yard line. Milroe in a shotgun. He's got Roydell Williams in the backfield. Milroe takes the snap back to pass. Looking, fires, and it's caught inside the 5 by Jermaine Burton, and he's dropped there. Depends on the spot. Looks like about the 4-yard line on the far side, and Alabama's got 1 play. Where are they going to mark this? At the 3. This is it. This is the equivalent of just about a 2-point conversion, and now an Alabama player falls to the ground.
That's Jermaine Burton. Looks like he's cramping
made the
up.
tackle. Yeah, he got up uncomfortably. And Alabama's going to get essentially a timeout here. So Jesse Minter's defense needs 1 stop on 4th and 3 here in overtime, and the Wolverines up 7. Now, this is the end zone where the Michigan fans are, so it's going to be rowdy down there.
It's going to be rowdy, and it all comes down to 1 play. It's field goal does them no good. They're in 4-down territory, going to have to go for it, and don't be surprised at all. That the ball is going to stay in the hands of Jalen Milroe. I would be shocked if it's anything other than a read option, and Jalen Milroe keeps it going backside. Got to be disciplined and check off all the boxes. This is where team defense, it's essential. The only way that you could stop a player like Jalen Milroe in a situation like this is with team defense.
4th and goal from the 3.
Burton looks like he's going to be out for some time. He can barely put pressure on his leg in this.
Okay, we watch Alabama's big play receiver struggle to get to the sideline. Meanwhile, the Michigan fans here making a ton of noise. Can they get this 1 stop Jesse Minter has broken the defensive huddle from the 3-yard line with the ball on the right hash. It feels like it's going to be, as you mentioned, a play for number 4. Alabama breaks the huddle and takes the field. Roydell Williams will be the running back. He's lined up to the left of Jalen Milroe. 4th down and goal. Michigan leading 27-20, and Jim Harbaugh is going to take a timeout.
This little gamesmanship going on.
Timeout in overtime. This will be a 30-second timeout.
Alabama trying to dial up their best play. We're trying to find a defibrillator. Jason, you okay down there?
I'm excited.
I know, this is...
I'm excited. Could we ask for more in this situation? In this stage?
Well, they converted a 4th and 31. I'd prefer it were 4th and 31. But,
hey, it's the type of team that can...
Well, their big play guy on 4th down has been Isaiah Bond, the wide receiver. He's the one on the receiving end of that 4th and 31 against Auburn. Had a big 4th and 4 conversion against Georgia in the SEC title game. But I think this is a Milroe play all the way.
This is a Milroe, and it's got to be a win up front. Look for Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant to be able to win in the middle of that offensive and defensive line.
2 receivers split to either side. Roydell Williams in the backfield. Here we go. 4th down and goal for Alabama. Game on the line. Now we get a whistle, and now Bama has taken a timeout.
Jeez.
They fully are trying to kill the broadcast crew.
Yeah, I mean, this is as suspenseful as it gets. You've got 2 of the most iconic programs in college football, Alabama and Michigan, in overtime in the greatest bowl game there is, the Rose Bowl. The weather's been perfect. The game has been anything but perfect on both sides. Offensively, Alabama has had some issue with their center quarterback exchange, having issues protecting their quarterback. Michigan has shot themselves in the foot from the very first play of the game.
An interception was overturned, but here we go.
Kind of set the tone, and now...
Can the Wolverines survive and advance? Both huddles are broken. Michigan's defense takes the field. This time Alabama splits 3 wide, 2 to the left, 1 to the right. Roydell Williams in the backfield. Jalen Milroe in a shotgun. Game on the line. 4th and goal from the 3. Milroe puts a man in motion, empty backfield, low snap, quarterback run up the middle.
Yeah!
He's not going to make it. Nowhere close as the Michigan defense stuffs Jalen Milroe, and the Wolverines will play
going to Houston, baby!
Championship 1 week from tonight.
Oh my goodness.
What a moment. And we got to see who it is in that Michigan defense that stuffed Jalen Milroe on a quarterback keeper all the way. And Jesse Minter's boys not fooled. And the Wolverines have won the Rose Bowl 27-20 in overtime. Jason Yvonne, are you still alive down there?
I don't know if I'm a player in this situation. Oh, let me try to get...
Try and get his mic sorted out. And we still don't know who made the tackle, but it looked like the entire interior of the Alabama defensive line collapsed. And Michigan gets the win here in overtime. Wolverines at the center of the field going nuts. Bama slowly making their way to the sidelines. The Michigan defense asked time and time again today to come up with a stop. And one last time, one last ask. And again, it was the interior of the defensive line. First, to put Alabama way behind the sticks, was Mason Graham with a TFL that set up Alabama 3rd and 14. 3rd and goal from the 14. And then after a pass down to the 3, Michigan collapses the interior of the Alabama defensive line. And Jalen Milroe on a quarterback draw went nowhere. And Michigan will be in Houston 1 week from tonight, playing the winner of Washington and Texas for the national championship. Wow. John Jansen making his way to the field. He will catch up with Coach Harbaugh. We will have comments from the Wolverines inside the locker room. What a great moment for Michigan football. For Michigan fans, for these kids, his coaching staff. Michigan lost the toss in overtime, and 2 Blake Corum runs, and I would argue the second run from 17 yards out was the best run of Blake Corum's career. Breaking tackles, spinning out of tackles, navigating defenders. Just a phenomenal run. That gave Michigan the lead in overtime, 26-20. Extra point was clean. And then Michigan's defense, after giving up a first down on a Jalen Milroe quarterback keeper, 1st and goal from the 9, they come up with 4 plays. A run for no gain, a tackle for loss of 5 yards, a completion down to the 3, and then the 4th down stop that they needed. The celebration continues down below. I saw J.J. McCarthy in a long embrace with an Alabama defender. As a Crimson Tide, that play, if you're listening and you didn't see it, it didn't look like it came anywhere close. As after a timeout for injury, a second timeout by Jim Harbaugh, a third timeout by Nick Saban, Wolverines defense not fooled on the quarterback keeper. In the final in overtime, Michigan 27 and Alabama 20. Celebration continues down below. The stage has been set up. On about the 20-yard line, there will be a trophy presentation. Hats are being handed out. Congratulating the Wolverines on their 9th Rose Bowl victory of all time. And what feels like their most important one outside of the 1997 national championship. Wow, what a ball game. What a ball game. A game that was expected to be a defensive struggle, and credit the defenses, they played well, but mistakes by both offenses. Jim Harbaugh talked about a key being winning the turnover battle. The Wolverines didn't do that, but they did force a turnover in the 4th quarter to get the football back when they needed and got a critical stop. And then after that, holding Alabama to a field goal and staying within striking distance, and then going on a very impressive drive, down 7 with 4 minutes to go. J.J. McCarthy led the Wolverines 75 yards in a drive that culminated on a 4-yard touchdown pass to Roman Wilson as he came wide open. After a play-action fake to the right, Roman Wilson coming back to the left, walked into the end zone. The extra point was good. And then a near disaster in overtime. They got to figure out the punt return game as Jake Thaw was put in there, who's been reliable all season long, but dropped the punt, fielded it on his 1, and inside a minute to go, Michigan took over from the 1-yard line. Managed to run out the clock. That got us to overtime, and as I've described, Wolverines get the win here in Pasadena. Plenty of post-game coverage to come, including a conversation with Jim Harbaugh. Also hear from the Wolverines, from the winning locker room, what Jim Harbaugh called earlier this week from Disneyland. As an adult, the happiest place on earth is a winning locker room. 27-20, Michigan wins it. Post-game coverage to come. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Pet Supplies Plus is a winning team, Cat. That's right, Trent. They crush the competition with solid fundamentals like everyday low prices, more selection, and a powerhouse lineup of fan favorites like Purina. Hey.
Legendary Big Boy Burger, we've got it. Better than ever. Slim Jim lovers, we're calling your name. For all you fans of classics, the classic Blockbuster is here to steal the spotlight. And don't forget about the all-time favorite hot fudge cake, ready to satisfy your sweet victory. Michigan, it's time to huddle up with your favorites, relive the good times, and make new memories at Big Boy. Local tastes better, the original farm to table. That's us, and we're bringing the game to your plate at Big Boy.
At Progressive, we love sports and saving you money, so we bundled them together.
Top of the 7th looks like a pitching change as they've set up for a corner kick. The two black belts have entered the mat, and the slider is low and away. He heads the ball to midfield. This is quite a kumite. Here comes the roundhouse. Has it got enough gas to get out of here? Unbelievable! They've bundled their home and auto insurance with Progressive. Kick savings pitch karate.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with their impressive family of SUVs, like the attention-getting Chevy Blazer. Blazer is the mid-size SUV you've been looking for. Its bold design and athletic stance will turn heads wherever you go, and its roomy interior offers seating for up to 5 passengers with plenty of space for cargo. Chevy Blazer. It's the SUV that has it all. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Welcome to the SeatGeek Postgame Show. SeatGeek, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Michigan Athletics. Our coverage is also brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Over the next hour, we'll break down today's game, listen back to the key highlights, and take you inside the Michigan locker room. Now, here's your host, Brian Bush.
Well, for the Michigan Wolverines, the third time was the charm in the college football playoff, and in the exact same location that Michigan won its last national championship 25 years ago today. The Wolverines punched their ticket to the national championship game next Monday night in Houston with a 27-20 overtime victory over Alabama. So much to do here on the SeatGeek postgame show as we will celebrate this Wolverines victory. Now let's throw it down to the field around the 20-yard line. Reese Davis with the Wolverines trophy celebration.
And present the Leishman Trophy to the Michigan Wolverines. We want to first congratulate both Michigan and Alabama on a great season, a hard-fought game tonight, another classic Rose Bowl. Also, thanks to all of our trusted partners who help make this game so spectacular and the event that it is every year. The city of Pasadena, our friends at the Tournament of Roses, Rose Bowl Stadium, and our presenting sponsor at Prudential. All of the collective efforts from all of those people, the partners, the staffs, the universities, have given these players a once-in-a-lifetime experience this week, and we thank them for that. And, of course, we want to thank you, the fans from Michigan and Alabama, for enjoying this Rose Bowl, the 110th Rose Bowl game. Joining me on the stage is the president of individual life insurance at Prudential, Celine Hitchcock-Gear, who is very happy because she is a Michigan alum. Bill Hancock, the executive director of the college football playoff. And now, to present the Leishman Trophy, which goes to the champions of the Rose Bowl game, here is the president of the 2024 Pasadena Tournament of Roses Association, Alex Agajanian. Alex?
Coach Harbaugh, congratulations on winning the 110th Rose Bowl presented by Prudential. On behalf of the Tournament of Roses Association, I would like to present you the Leishman Trophy. Good job, Coach.
Jim, before we get into things like overcoming adversity and making plays late and togetherness of the team, I just have to ask you first,